What price must one pay for justice when vengeance itself wields the sword? Shadows flickered across the ancient marble of the Roman Forum, where whispers of betrayal hung thick in the air like the scent of blood. The sun dipped low, casting elongated silhouettes of statues that had witnessed the rise and fall of heroes and tyrants alike. Among them loomed Nemesis, her gaze unyielding, a fierce reminder that the scales of fate would tip in the direction of the wronged. The ground trembled beneath the weight of unquenched sorrows and unforgotten sins, as the Furies writhed in the darkness, their eyes smoldering with wrath, eager to avenge the injustices that had stained the streets with treachery. In a world where mercy faltered, Nemesis stood as an arbiter of balance, yet her heart pulsed with a fierce longing for righteousness. How long could she contain the tempest of her power? The Furies, those relentless specters, harnessed the very essence of vengeance. Clad in tattered robes that billowed like storm clouds, they drifted upon the fringes of reality, waiting for the moment when their wrath would be unleashed. Tonight, the air crackled with the promise of reckoning, a brutal symphony of fate inching toward a crescendo. A figure approached the Forum, cloaked in desperation, the weight of a shattered honor heavy upon her shoulders. Cassia, a name once whispered with reverence, now carried the burden of betrayal, her heart fractured by the hands of those she trusted most. She sought Nemesis, for only the goddess could restore what had been ripped away. Yet, in doing so, would she awaken the Furies, unleashing an inferno that could consume them all? The choice lay before her like a jagged knife, glistening with both opportunity and peril. In the shadows, the Furies stirred, their breaths heavy with anticipation. They could sense the darkness rising, the cries of the wronged echoing through time. Their hunger for retribution grew insatiable, a wildfire fed by the cruelty of mankind. With every beat of Cassia's heart, they felt the pulse of potential chaos, an opportunity to reshape the very fabric of justice, or perhaps plunge it into a deeper abyss. A storm brewed, swirling with unshed tears and unspeakable anger. As twilight deepened, the veil between the mortal realm and the divine thinned, and the earth shivered as if acknowledging the impending clash. The sky darkened, and a lone raven circled above, a harbinger of the turmoil to come. Would Cassia find her salvation, or would she become another pawn in the relentless game of fate, sacrificed at the altar of vengeance? In that charged moment, the tapestry of destiny shimmered and shifted, revealing countless threads, each one leading to a different outcome. With every heartbeat, the stakes climbed higher, the air thick with the tension of countless lives teetering on the brink of vengeance. The question hung heavy. When justice is entwined with fury, can anyone truly emerge unscathed? In the shadows, the answer awaited its time to strike. Swift, merciless, unyielding. The air crackled with tension, thick as the smoke rising from sacrificial altars, where the scent of burnt offerings mingled with the cries of the faithful. In ancient Rome, vengeance was more than a mere emotion. It was a divine mandate, woven into the very fabric of religious practice. The people knew that the gods watched over them, and their wrath was swift and merciless for those who breached the sacred order. This was not just about justice. It was about blood, spilled, avenged, and demanded by the ancient powers that ruled the skies and the underworld. From the earliest days of the Republic, the Romans revered their deities, each imbued with distinct personalities and strengths. Jupiter, the mighty king of the gods, was not only a guardian of law but also a fierce avenger. It was said that his thunderbolts could strike down those who defied the divine will, leaving nothing but smoldering ruin in their wake. The people understood the balance of power. For every wrong, there was a price to pay, and the scale of vengeance often tipped toward chaos if left unchecked. The ancient texts whispered tales of the Furies, vengeful spirits who roamed the earth, hunting down wrongdoers. These fearsome figures were not to be trifled with. They were the embodiment of retribution. Their eyes blazed with unquenchable rage, and their very presence sent shivers through the hearts of the guilty. The Romans believed that the Furies could invade one's dreams, haunt one's waking hours, and bring about a reckoning that could not be escaped. In a society where honor and reputation governed every action, The fear of the Furies was a relentless shadow, reminding all of the inescapable consequences of betrayal and wrongdoing. Even in the grand halls of power, where senators debated and consuls ruled, the specter of vengeance loomed large. The assassination of Julius Caesar was a pivotal moment that sent shockwaves through the Roman psyche, igniting a fierce hunger for retribution. His blood, spilled upon the marble of the Senate, called out to the gods themselves. The very fabric of Roman society trembled as Mark Antony rallied the citizens, proclaiming that vengeance would not go unpunished. The ghost of Caesar lingered, demanding justice, and it would be delivered in the form of a bloody civil war, forever altering the course of history. Yet even before the rise of mighty emperors, the roots of vengeance ran deep in the sacred rites of early Rome. The Romans engaged in rituals of purification and atonement, seeking to appease the vengeful spirits of those they had wronged. Offerings of honey cakes, wine, and even the blood of animals were made in supplication, each act steeped in the belief that the gods required balance. The people understood that to ignore these rituals was to invite disaster upon themselves and their kin. They lived in constant awareness of their fragile existence, where every slight could lead to divine retribution. The vestiges of vengeance were not limited to the gods. They seeped into the very essence of Roman law. The 12 Tables, the cornerstone of Roman legal tradition, made clear that vengeance could be sought, but it also demanded that it be administered fairly. The law served as a double-edged sword, wielding the power of vengeance while also providing a framework to contain it. The Romans believed that vengeance, when pursued through the proper channels, could restore order. But when taken into one's own hands, it could spiral into darkness, leading to an endless cycle of bloodshed. Rituals of vengeance were performed with a fervor that echoed through the ages. The Romans celebrated the ferocious goddess Nemesis, the personification of retribution, who ensured that no wrong went unpunished. Temples dedicated to her were places of both fear and hope, where the faithful would come to seek her favor or plead for forgiveness. The prayers of those wronged filled the air, heavy with desperation, as they called upon Nemesis to exact revenge on their behalf. She listened, ever vigilant, ready to unleash her fury upon the unjust. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden hue over the city, Rome transformed into a theater of vengeance. Stories of betrayal spun through the streets like whispers on the wind. Each tale, a reminder of the gods' watchful eyes, served as a warning and a lesson. The passion of the people surged with each recounting, as they recited the fates of those who dared to defy the divine order, how they had been struck down, how their names had been erased from history, and how their very essence had been consumed by the relentless appetite for retribution. In this world of gods and men, vengeance was both a curse and a blessing. It ignited passion, fueled wars, and forged alliances. Yet it also led to despair, as the cycle of vengeance spiraled out of control. The Romans understood this delicate balance, and as they navigated their lives, they were forever haunted by the specter of the Furies, the judgment of Nemesis, and the ever-watchful gaze of Jupiter. Their beliefs were not mere superstitions. They were the guiding principles of a civilization that thrived on the complexities of human emotion. As the darkness enveloped the city, the flames from the altars flickered, casting eerie shadows that danced upon the ancient stones. Within this dim light lay the stories of countless souls, each longing for justice, each hoping for a moment of clarity amidst the chaos. The unresolved echoes of vengeance lingered, blending with the cries of the past, promising that the quest for justice would never truly end. The ancient Romans had learned that vengeance was not simply a reaction. It was an integral part of their existence, a force that shaped their world. And as the night deepened, the tension hung thick in the air, a silent promise that the tale of vengeance was far from over. In the flickering light of a torchlit alleyway, shadows danced against the crumbling stone walls of ancient Rome, whispering tales of vengeance and justice. A figure, cloaked in the heavy fabric of a tunic, clenched his fist, his heart pounding like a war drum. He had waited too long for this moment, eyes glistening with a mix of fear and fierce determination. Tonight, he would carve his place in history, not as a victim but as an instrument of retribution. Retribution was not merely a concept in ancient Rome. It was woven into the very fabric of society. It pulsated through the cobbled streets and echoed in the grand halls of power. Every citizen understood that justice was a two-edged sword, swinging mercilessly between right and wrong, victim and perpetrator. For the common people, the law was both a shield and a weapon, a promise that one's grievances would not go unanswered. It was their lifeline, their assurance that the scales of justice would balance, even if the price of that balance was blood. In the bustling marketplace, merchants shouted over one another, their voices rising like a cacophony of life. Yet, beneath this vibrant facade lay a darker truth. A merchant's son had recently been robbed, not just of his goods but of his dignity. The thief had been caught, and as the law demanded, he was dragged before the people, his hands bound in chains. The crowd gathered, a living organism breathing with anticipation. The air was thick with tension, a palpable fear that coursed through every onlooker. They craved justice, but it was the kind that exacted a toll that would leave scars. As the accused knelt, the crowd's reaction was swift. A chorus of voices erupted, demanding punishment, not merely for the theft, but for the very act of defiance against the societal order. The punishment was not just about retribution. It was a warning, a brutal display of authority meant to instill fear and obedience. The magistrate, stern-faced and unwavering, raised a hand to silence the crowd. He understood the gravity of the situation. The law must be upheld, but it must also be a spectacle, a lesson carved into the minds of citizens. The crowd fell silent as the magistrate pronounced the sentence. A public flogging. Gasps rippled through the onlookers like a wave. Fear mingled oddly with a sense of satisfaction. The thief, once a shadow in the night, was about to be transformed into a symbol of what happened to those who dared defy the law. As the lash descended, each crack echoed like thunder, a visceral reminder that retribution was not just an abstract idea. It was flesh and blood, pain and suffering. In the dark corners of the city, whispers of revenge curled around the alleys like smoke. A mother mourned her son, taken by the ruthless hand of a rival family. She clutched a small charm, a token of his spirit, her eyes hardening with each passing day. She sought out a hardened man, known for his skill in the art of vengeance. They met in the shadows, their voices low and filled with the weight of desperation. To her, retribution was a necessity, a balm for her wounded heart, a way to reclaim the honor lost, to serve justice not only for her son but for all wronged souls. This was the world of ancient Rome, where the scales of justice often tipped precariously. The concept of retribution was tangled with honor, revenge, and the thirst for balance. It wasn't simply about punishing wrongdoers. It was about restoring the equilibrium of life. A man wronged would not rest until he reclaimed his honor, his status, and sometimes his very existence. Families engaged in feuds that spanned generations, grudges passed down like heirlooms, festering wounds that refused to heal. In the Senate, the air was thick with ambition and long-held grudges. Senators, draped in their togas, plotted and schemed, their eyes glistening with desires that often masked a thirst for vengeance. The political landscape was a treacherous battlefield, where friendships turned to enmity at the drop of a coin. Betrayal was never far behind, and alliances fractured with the sharpness of a blade. To be wronged in this arena was to court disaster. Retribution was not just personal. It was political, a tool wielded by those seeking to climb higher on the rungs of power. The night was approaching when a prominent senator, known for his sharp tongue and ruthless tactics, found himself in the crosshairs of a rival. A dagger awaited him in the shadows, its blade glinting in the moonlight, poised to deliver a message that echoed through the ages. Betrayal would not go unanswered. The air crackled with a tension that felt almost alive, a testament to the relentless pursuit of justice that permeated Roman culture. There, in the stillness, the concept of retribution thrived, waiting to strike. As the city slumbered, a figure moved through the darkness, the weight of history pressing down upon his shoulders. He was a messenger, a scourge of wrongs righted, destined to weave through the ever-turning wheel of fate. The events of the night would resonate, each act of retribution setting off ripples that would disturb the waters of the Republic. Those who thought they could escape the consequences of their actions were sorely mistaken. The gods watched, the furies stirred, and the relentless tide of justice drew closer, ready to consume all who dared to defy its call. Blood would flow, and in the streets of Rome, the concept of retribution would be etched into the history of the empire, a reminder that justice, no matter how brutal, was the heartbeat of civilization. The air was thick with tension, a charged silence that echoed like the heartbeat of a storm. In the ancient world, where gods walked among mortals and fate hung by the thinnest thread, there existed a woman whose very name struck both fear and reverence into the hearts of those who dared to act unjustly. Nemesis, the goddess of retribution, was not just a deity. She was the living embodiment of justice and vengeance, a reminder that the scales of morality could tip with devastating consequences. In the Golden Age of Greece, when philosophers debated in the shadow of temples and heroes carved their names into legends, Nemesis emerged as a guardian of balance. She was often depicted with wings unfurled, a figure of both grace and fury. Her eyes held the wisdom of ages, swirling with the stories of betrayed lovers, greedy kings, and proud warriors who had forgotten the virtues of humility. Every step she took was a proclamation that no injustice would go unpunished, no pride unchallenged. Imagine a bustling marketplace in ancient Athens, alive with the chatter of merchants and the laughter of children. Amidst the vibrant colors of cloth and the aroma of fresh bread, whispers began to circulate about a wealthy man who had cheated his neighbors, hoarding wealth that should have been shared. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, casting long shadows over the cobblestones, it became clear that the people would not let this injustice stand. They prayed fervently to Nemesis, their voices rising like a desperate chorus into the twilight. They sought her gaze, hoping for a glimmer of hope that the scales of justice would soon be balanced. In the depths of her domain, the goddess listened. With every prayer, every plea, a fire ignited within her, fueled by the pain of the wronged. She was not a distant deity. She was entwined with the emotions of humanity, the anger of the cheated, the sorrow of those abandoned. These feelings coursed through her like a storm at sea, and as she rose from her throne, the winds began to howl. The stories told of how Nemesis could appear in many forms. Sometimes she manifested as a beautiful maiden, her face radiant with an ethereal glow, carrying a sword that gleamed with the light of justice. Other times, she became a fierce avenger, engulfed in shadows, her presence a harbinger of doom for those who had wronged others. In every tale, she was relentless, an unstoppable force that demanded accountability. As night cloaked the city, the wealthy man, oblivious to the brewing storm, sat in his lavish home surrounded by gold and jewels. His laughter bounced off the walls, a stark contrast to the cries of the wronged. But outside, the air shifted, the temperature dropped, a chill creeping through the streets as if the earth itself held its breath. The people gathered, their hearts beating as one, chanting her name, a name that echoed through time, resonating with the promise of justice. When Nemesis arrived, she was a tempest. The shadows danced around her, a whirlwind of retribution and fairness. She bore witness to the lives of those wronged, their stories woven into the fabric of her being. With each tale, she grew stronger, her resolve hardening like steel. She approached the man, who still laughed with abandon, never suspecting the reckoning that loomed just beyond his door. In that moment, everything changed. The laughter faded, replaced by the weight of dread. The ground trembled as Nemesis stepped into the room, her presence silencing the revelry. She did not need to speak. Her eyes alone conveyed the truth. Justice was not a mere suggestion. It was an inevitable force. The man's face paled as the reality of his actions crashed upon him like waves against a rocky shore. The weight of his greed, the pain he had inflicted. The truth hung in the air like a blade, sharp and unyielding. As the goddess approached, time seemed to stretch, each heartbeat echoing the pulse of impending retribution. In that charged space, history unfolded, not merely between gods and mortals but within the very spirit of humanity. Nemesis, with her unwavering gaze, reminded all who bore witness that justice was a cycle, a wheel that turned, and the sins of one would become the burden of another. Her myth was not confined to the tales of the ancients. It was alive, pulsating with the energy of each new injustice, each fresh betrayal. From the high walls of Athens to the distant shores of faraway lands, the stories of Nemesis spread like wildfire. In every corner of the world, where right met wrong, her name was invoked. In Rome, the mighty Augustus would invoke her during times of strife, believing that her favor would protect his reign from the stains of betrayal. The people believed that her presence kept the powerful in check, a constant reminder that their actions would echo through the ages. Even emperors, with all their might, could not escape the looming shadow of Nemesis. As the night deepened, the atmosphere thickened with anticipation. The goddess stood before her prey, the truth of his misdeeds swirling around them like dark clouds gathering before a storm. The crowd waited outside, hearts pounding, breath held, praying that justice would soon unfold. Each person understood that they bore witness to a moment that transcended time, a moment that would echo through history. In the silence, a tension crackled, electric and alive. The goddess raised her sword, the blade shimmering under the moonlight, ready to strike down the veil of illusion that had shrouded the man in luxury. His laughter, once so loud, turned to a whisper, swallowed by the weight of Nemesis's promise. The ground beneath him felt unstable, like the very foundation of his life was crumbling away. Nemesis was more than a goddess. She was the heartbeat of justice, the promise of balance restored. And in that fleeting moment, as time seemed to stand still, the world held its breath, poised on the edge of a revelation that would change everything. The night was heavy with anticipation, a stillness coating the bustling streets of ancient Rome. Underneath the grand architecture, in the shadows of marble columns and flickering torches, the whispers of fate danced through the air. It was said that the goddess Nemesis, the personification of retribution, roamed among them, her presence felt in every unpunished wrong and every unjust act. Those who dared to flaunt their pride or indulge in excess felt a shiver run down their spines. They could almost hear her wings fluttering in the distance, a constant reminder that balance must be restored. As the Roman citizens gathered for the games, cheers erupted, a cacophony of excitement that masked a simmering tension. The scent of sweat and blood mingled with the fragrance of incense, each breath steeped in the thrill of competition and the looming threat of Nemesis's watchful gaze. The Romans believed that she would strike down those who displayed hubris, ensuring that all were reminded of their place beneath the gods. It was a peculiar thrill, the kind that made one's heart race, to witness the games and to ponder whether fortune would smile upon them or bring forth the inevitable fate of Nemesis. In the arenas, gladiators fought fiercely, their muscles glistening under the sun's harsh rays, each thrust of a sword or swing of a shield resonating with the crowd. Laughter mixed with gasps as the victors reveled in their glory. Yet in the corners of the spectators' minds lurked an unsettling thought. Would their triumphs provoke Nemesis? The goddess, with her unwavering commitment to justice, was ever vigilant. To the Romans, her symbolism was profound and resonated through the very fabric of their society. They understood that every rise must be balanced by a fall, and every victory could lead to a tragic defeat. Among the onlookers stood a young woman named Claudia, her heart pounding as she watched the blood-soaked sand beneath the gladiators' feet. She had come to see her brother, a fighter with dreams of glory, yet a chill crept over her as she recalled the tales her grandmother told by the flickering light of the hearth. "Beware of the goddess who tempers fortune with fate," she had said. Claudia's eyes darted to the sky, searching for any sign of the goddess who wielded the power to crush dreams with a mere flick of her wrist. As the games continued, a flash of gold caught Claudia's gaze. A young victor, draped in laurel wreaths, basked in the adoration of the crowd. Yet, there was a tremor in her heart. She could sense that fortune was fickle. Nemesis surely lingered, lurking in the shadows, waiting for a moment of weakness to reclaim balance. The laughter of the crowd danced in and out of her consciousness, eclipsed by a vision of the past. Her grandmother's stern warnings felt as vivid as the bloodshed before her. In the days that followed, Claudia's brother, emboldened by his recent victories, began to boast of his prowess, strutting through the streets as if he were invincible. With each boastful claim, the air crackled with tension, and the whispers of the goddess grew louder in Claudia's mind. She could feel Nemesis's presence edging ever closer, her wings brushing against the fabric of their lives. Claudia's heart raced with fear and anger. Did her brother not understand the storm he was brewing? As dusk settled over the forum, Claudia confronted her brother, her voice trembling yet fierce. "You do not know the danger you invite," she urged, her eyes blazing with a mix of love and desperation. "The goddess watches over us. Your arrogance will lead to your downfall." He laughed, dismissing her concerns, but the tension hung thick in the air, a palpable foreboding that weighed heavily on them both. Claudia felt a sinking sensation in her stomach. The goddess was watching, and the scales of justice were perilously unbalanced. Days turned into weeks, and soon the day of reckoning arrived. Claudia's brother faced a new challenger, a fierce warrior known for his relentless drive and skill. The arena was electric with excitement. The crowd erupted, chanting his name, but Claudia stood frozen, her heart a drumbeat of dread. As the battle commenced, every clash of steel echoed the warnings of her grandmother, every moment drawing nearer to the inevitable. With each blow, Claudia felt the weight of destiny shift. Her brother fought valiantly, yet with each victory, the air grew colder, and the whispers of Nemesis intensified. The goddess, unseen but ever-present, fed on his hubris, relishing in the chaos that ensued. Victory, with all its glory, became a double-edged sword, and Claudia could hardly breathe as she witnessed the tide of battle turn. As the fight reached its climax, tragedy struck. In a moment of sheer arrogance, her brother taunted his opponent, raising his sword high in triumph. The crowd roared, but the sound was drowned by an ominous silence that filled Claudia's heart. She felt it, the shifting winds of fate. In an instant, the tables turned, and the challenger seized the opportunity, disarming her brother with brutal precision. Time seemed to freeze as Claudia's heart shattered into 1,000 pieces, the vision of her brother's downfall flooding her thoughts. The crowd gasped, the air heavy with shock. Claudia's scream choked in her throat as her brother lay fallen, the victor's shadow looming over him. In that moment, she understood the full weight of Nemesis's symbolism. The goddess who brings justice, her hand unyielding and relentless, ensuring that every act of arrogance was met with a reckoning. Tears streamed down her cheeks, each drop a silent prayer that the world would remember the lesson learned that day. A balance restored, a life changed forever. As the arena emptied, Claudia knelt beside her brother, the echoes of cheers fading into the night. The goddess had claimed her due, and the air was thick with the scent of loss and the weight of unheeded warnings. In that moment, lost in her grief, she realized that Nemesis was not merely a figure of vengeance, but a steadfast guardian of fairness, demanding respect for the delicate weave of fate. The shadows seemed to thicken around her as she contemplated the intricacies of destiny, her heart still racing, the haunting presence of Nemesis echoing in her soul. In the flickering torchlight of the ancient Greek agora, the air was thick with a blend of sweat, incense, and the electric thrill of possibility. People crowded together, their faces lit with hope or fear, as whispers of fate and fortune swirled like leaves caught in an autumn wind. The gods watched from their lofty thrones, their eyes glinting like stars in the night sky, their decisions casting long shadows over the bustling lives below. Among them, Nemesis, the goddess of retribution, stood firm, a chilling reminder that fortune could shift, and with it, the very fabric of one's life. Her presence was palpable, an unspoken tension hanging in the air as the people of Athens made their way to the oracle, each seeking answers and guidance. Fate, like a cruel puppeteer, held the strings of their lives, reminding them that every choice they made could lead to triumph or despair. A young soldier, his heart pounding with dreams of glory, approached with eyes gleaming with ambition. His name was Lysander, and today he felt invincible, wrapped in the fervor of youth and the cheers of his comrades. Yet, had he noticed the ominous crow circling above him, perhaps he would have understood the duality of his fate. In the shadows of the busy streets, an old woman sat with her back against a weathered stone wall, her gnarled hands clutching a faded tapestry of her past. She was known as Theodora, a weaver of tales and secrets, her life a patchwork of joy and sorrow. For her, fortune had long since abandoned her. She was a witness to the ever-turning wheel of fate, having seen her loved ones rise and fall, their fortunes shifting like grains of sand in the wind. Theodora's eyes, however, told stories of resilience. They sparkled with the wisdom of 1,000 struggles, hinting that the whims of the gods could be both a blessing and a curse. As the sun dipped lower, casting a golden hue over the bustling agora, whispers of prophecies began to echo through the crowd. Each individual carried their own dreams and fears, a tapestry of desires and doubts. Hecuba, a mother, clutched her child close, her heart pounding as she recalled the fateful day her husband had marched off to war, never to return. She believed in fate's cruel hand, feeling the weight of every decision she ever made. Each moment seemed to throb with the unrelenting question: would her son be the next to fall victim to the whims of fortune? Several blocks away, a desperate merchant named Callias paced nervously outside his shop, counting his dwindling coins. Just yesterday, fortune had smiled upon him, a hefty shipment of exotic spices arriving at his door. Today, however, a rival had set fire to his dreams, quite literally, as their competition turned deadly. Callias could feel the heat of the flames licking at his heels, the specter of ruin looming large. He cursed the fickle nature of fortune, realizing how quickly the tides can turn without a moment's notice, leaving him to ponder whether he would rise from the ashes or be consumed by them. A sudden shout broke through the murmur of the crowd, a proclamation from the oracle. The air vibrated with anticipation as all eyes turned toward the sacred temple, where the oracle, a woman veiled in mystery, stood poised to reveal the will of the gods. The crowd hushed, hearts racing, their collective breath catching in their throats. Destiny was at play, each person hoping to grab hold of whatever fate and fortune had in store for them. A shiver of excitement raced through the agora. The moment felt heavy with possibility. The oracle's voice rang clear, slicing through the tension like a dagger. Fortune favors the brave, yet beware the hubris that leads to downfall. The words hung in the air, a haunting echo that reverberated through the hearts of those who dared to dream. Lysander's chest swelled with pride. He was ready to seize his moment, but Theodora's heart sank. She understood all too well that the light of fortune could quickly dim. Meanwhile, the shadows lengthened around Callias, whose worries deepened. The oracle's warning felt like a curse, echoing in his ears. He had always been bold in his pursuits, but tonight, he sensed a crack in his defenses, a fracture in his luck that could spell disaster. Fortune, it seemed, was a wily beast, and as he looked up, he saw the crow again, perched ominously on a nearby roof, its beady eyes fixed on him, as if it could sense the turmoil brewing within his soul. As night fell, the agora transformed, the flickering torches casting ghostly shapes against the stone. The laughter of children faded, replaced by hushed tones of dread and hope. Fortune and fate danced together, intertwined like lovers caught in a tempest, each whisper a promise, each glance a warning. The goddess Nemesis made her rounds, her presence felt in every sigh, every hopeful prayer. A chill brushed past Lysander as he contemplated his choices, each step forward a gamble with destiny. In a darkened corner of the agora, Theodora watched the night's events unfold, her heart heavy with the knowledge that not all paths lead to joy. She felt a strange connection to Lysander, a boy on the brink of greatness, unaware of the dark shadows lurking just beyond his vision. A single tear escaped her eye, not for her own losses, but for the countless souls who would soon find their fortunes tested. As the night deepened, the air thickened with anticipation. The crowd began to disperse, their hearts laden with the weight of the oracle's words. Lysander, buoyed by dreams of glory, strode confidently toward his fate, while Callias, burdened with anxiety, stumbled into an uncertain future. Fate had cast its die, and the goddess of retribution watched with keen interest, the wheels of fortune turning ever so slowly, ready to reveal what lay beyond the horizon. For in Nemesis' domain, every fortune has its price, and every fate a reckoning. In a world brimming with gods and mortals, where fate twisted like the branches of an ancient tree, the tale of Nemesis begins. A story rooted in shadows and woven with threads of justice and vengeance. It was said that her very existence was a reaction to the turmoil of the divine and human realms, a response to chaos that demanded balance. The air crackled with an electric tension, foreboding yet fascinating, as whispers of her birth echoed through the ages. Nemesis was born into a lineage that seemed almost fated. Her mother, the beautiful goddess of night, Nyx, was a figure of mystery and allure. Nyx, with her flowing dark hair like the night sky, was feared and revered by both gods and men. She had woven the darkness that enveloped the world, a stark contrast to the radiant light of the day. From her womb sprang forth many beings, but none would carry the weight of retribution quite like Nemesis. As the legend goes, retribution was not merely a duty for Nemesis. It was part of her very essence. Her birth was heralded by the cries of 1,000 souls who had suffered injustices, their pain reverberating through time and space. That pain became her purpose, and as she took her first breath, the heavens stirred. The gods watched in silence, knowing that she would become a force to be reckoned with, someone who would balance the scales of fate. Her father, in contrast to the nurturing mystery of Nyx, was the fearsome god of the sea, Oceanus. He was a titan, vast and powerful, embodying the strength of nature itself. Oceanus's depths held secrets that could drown entire cities and drown the cries of anguish beneath turbulent waves. The union of Nyx and Oceanus was a storm of contrasts, a clash of night and sea, giving birth to a being who would carry both the darkness of her mother and the fury of her father. As Nemesis grew, her beauty blossomed, but it was not the beauty of light. It was the kind that hinted at underlying power. Her eyes sparkled with a fierce intelligence, reflecting the stars embedded in the midnight sky. But more than beauty, there was a glint of something deeper, a burning flame of justice. This flame was not a gentle glow. It flickered with the promise of reckoning. Those who wronged others, who mistreated or took advantage, would soon learn the meaning of her name. Nemesis, the one who delivers retribution. In the halls of Olympus, the other deities watched Nemesis with a mix of admiration and trepidation. There were murmurs of her name, a shadow that danced on the tongues of both gods and mortals alike. Each time they spoke, it was as if the air turned colder, their laughter stifled by the weight of her impending arrival. They knew that her presence would alter the fabric of their reality, and though they adorned themselves with immortality, the fear of her judgment loomed over them. Her siblings, born to Nyx, were a collection of fascinating yet dark entities. Hypnos, the god of sleep, Thanatos, the god of death, and the fates themselves, Clotho, Lachesis, and Atropos. Each shared a connection with Nemesis, but her role was singular, distinct. While Hypnos lulled mortals into a peaceful slumber and Thanatos guided souls to the afterlife, Nemesis struck a different chord. She stood as a sentinel of fairness, watching with unblinking eyes, ensuring that no wrong went unpunished. An incident that forever marked her spirit occurred during her early years. One fateful afternoon, she witnessed a young woman, beautiful and innocent, being cruelly mocked by a group of entitled nobles. The laughter rang out like a death knell. It echoed through her very soul. In that moment, something awakened within her, igniting the fervor of retribution. She descended from the ethereal heights of her home, cloaked in shadows. As she approached the scene, the laughter fell silent. The nobles, caught in the grip of their own arrogance, felt a chill race down their spines. They instinctively knew they were in the presence of something beyond their understanding. With a voice that resonated with the power of 1,000 storms, she commanded justice. The consequences were swift and merciless. Their wealth faded, their beauty marred, and the laughter turned to tears. The young woman, who had been the target of their scorn, felt the power of Nemesis wash over her, like a warm embrace after a long, cold night. And so, the tales of Nemesis began to swirl across the lands. Each story painted her as both savior and avenger, a paradox that left many in awe. No one could escape her gaze, not even the mighty gods. Even Zeus, the king of Olympus, could feel the weight of her presence, as she reminded him that power without justice was merely tyranny. As seasons passed, Nemesis became the very essence of poetic justice, a reminder that every action bore consequences. Those who believed they could escape the chains of morality found themselves ensnared by her watchful eye. She became a figure that mortals prayed to, not to escape misfortune, but to ensure they walked a righteous path. They understood that to invoke her wrath was to invite calamity upon themselves. Yet, her existence was not solely about punishment. In the quiet moments beneath the canopy of stars, she found herself reflecting on the balance of life. Redemption, after all, was a blade that cut both ways. In her essence, there was a glimmer of hope, a possibility for those lost in darkness to find their way back into the light. But justice was a stern mistress, and it demanded both courage and vulnerability. As the sun slipped beneath the horizon, casting an amber glow over the ancient realms, the stories of Nemesis continued to echo. They reverberated like the whispers of the wind, tales of glory and despair, of love and loss. She was more than a goddess. She was a reminder that every action rippled through the tapestry of existence. And in this vast universe, where love could crumble under the weight of betrayal, Nemesis stood resolute. A relentless guardian of justice, ready to strike when the scales tipped too far. With every heartbeat, the legends grew, and the shadows lengthened, hinting at the chaos yet to come. The world was poised on the brink of a vast, swirling tempest, where the echoes of her birth intertwined with the fates of gods and men, all awaiting the inevitable reckoning that would follow in her wake. The real battle had only just begun. A fierce storm raged over the ancient landscape, dark clouds swirling ominously above as lightning illuminated the crumbling ruins of Roman temples. It was here, amidst the echoes of a once great empire, that the specter of Nemesis loomed large, a reminder of the fine line between glory and ruin. Her presence sent chills down the spines of all who dared to defy the gods. The very air crackled with tension and unfulfilled destinies, waiting for the inevitable reckoning. In the writings of the Roman poet Lucan, the shadows of fate danced with relentless fury. His epic, Pharsalia, portrayed an unyielding struggle between ambition and divine retribution. As he painted the turbulent picture of the civil war between Caesar and Pompey, the specter of Nemesis whispered in the background, reminding every reader that even the mightiest would face the consequences of their hubris. Lucan's words dripped with emotion, capturing the tragic downfall of heroes who once stood tall, brought low by their own desires. As the battle raged on, one could almost hear the thunderous footsteps of Nemesis, striding through the chaos, ready to strike down anyone who dared to challenge the natural order. Then there was Seneca, the philosopher and playwright, who breathed life into the concept of Nemesis in his poignant tragedies. In Phaedra, the depths of human desire intertwine with divine punishment, creating a tapestry of raw emotions. Phaedra's uncontrollable love for her stepson, Hippolytus, spirals into madness, leading to catastrophic consequences. Seneca masterfully wove lines that echoed with despair, making the audience feel the weight of inevitable fate. The gods are not mocked, he seemed to say with every heart-wrenching twist and turn, each moment steeped in the knowledge that Nemesis would not rest until her balance was restored. The tension hung thick in the air, leaving spectators breathless, hearts racing as they anticipated the impending doom. Juvenal, another formidable voice of Roman literature, hurled his biting satire against the corruption and decadence of his society. In his satires, he turned a piercing gaze on the vices that plagued Rome, illustrating how Nemesis was not merely a distant force, but an everyday reality lurking in the shadows of the city. His sharp wit revealed a world where excess and moral decay led to downfall. The laughter often turned into gasps as he brought forth the idea that those who indulged too deeply would one day face their reckoning. In Juvenal's biting prose, one could feel the cold breath of Nemesis, creeping closer as the characters reveled in their own self-destruction, turning laughter into tears. But it was Ovid, the master of metamorphosis, who captured the essence of Nemesis in ways that transcended simple retribution. In his Metamorphoses, he spun tales where the divine and human realms intersected, revealing how pride could transform a hero into a mere shadow of their former self. The story of Lycaon, who dared to challenge Zeus and was turned into a wolf, illustrated that the gods had their own scales of justice. Ovid's verses flowed like a river, weaving the destiny of mortals who toyed with fate, only to find themselves ensnared in the web of their own making. Each transformation sparked a flame of dread, hinting at the power of Nemesis to reshape lives with but a whisper of her name. Amidst these voices, the historian Tacitus chronicled the fall of emperors, reflecting on how pride and ambition led to their demise. His meticulous accounts of the Julio-Claudian dynasty revealed a world rife with treachery and ruthlessness, where emperors like Nero, blinded by their own desires, fell victim to the relentless pursuit of Nemesis. Tacitus's prose dripped with a sense of foreboding, as he chronicled the rise and fall of men who thought themselves untouchable. It was as if Nemesis herself was watching, her eyes glinting with satisfaction as each act of arrogance was met with a fitting downfall. The poet Horace, ever the moralist, infused his works with echoes of Nemesis as well. In his odes, he celebrated the virtues of moderation, warning against the excesses that would lead to ruin. His verses served as a counterpoint to the tragic tales, urging readers to find balance in their ambitions. The haunting refrain of Carpe Diem resonated with the idea that one must seize the day while recognizing the fleeting nature of fortune. In every line, one could sense the lurking presence of Nemesis, reminding all that the wheel of fate turns swiftly, and what rises must eventually fall. As the storm outside roared with renewed vigor, the reader felt the weight of antiquity pressing down. The tales of Nemesis echoed through the ages, each author adding a layer of depth to her complex character. The tension built, straining against the fabric of fate itself, a tapestry woven with the struggles of mortals and the unyielding demands of the divine. In every story, there lurked a truth that resonated across time: that pride cometh before the fall, and Nemesis would always be waiting, lurking in the shadows, ready to reclaim her due. The ruins of the past whispered stories of despair and hope, of ambition shattered and dreams fulfilled, all under the watchful gaze of Nemesis. Each author, each text, a thread in the rich tapestry of Roman literature, painted with the colors of emotion, tension, and the haunting fear of retribution. As one story faded, another rose to take its place, each echoing the eternal dance between fate and free will, ambition and downfall. The storm outside raged on, matching the tumult within, and the reader found themselves ensnared, heart racing, as the shadows of Nemesis deepened. In the flickering shadows of an ancient temple, a figure cloaked in darkness looms, her presence both awe-inspiring and terrifying. This is Nemesis, the goddess of retribution, her very essence vibrating with the tension of justice yet to be served. The air thickens, carrying whispers of fate and consequence, hinting at the stories of those who dared to defy the natural order. As the moonlight spills across her statue, a shiver runs down the spine, igniting a spark of curiosity. How does one depict such a powerful force in art and imagery? The iconography of Nemesis is a tapestry woven with threads of vengeance, balance, and fate. Traditionally depicted with wings, her soaring figure suggests a relentless pursuit, an unstoppable force that watches over humanity. Each feather glimmers with the promise of retribution, reminding all who gaze upon her of the delicate balance between hubris and humility. As the artist's brush strokes come to life, one can almost hear the soft rustle of her wings, a whisper of the justice she embodies. Her hand often clutches a sword, poised and ready, not for the unwarranted strike but as a tool of balance. The sword symbolizes the cut between right and wrong, a reminder that every action carries a weight, a consequence that cannot be ignored. The blade glints ominously, a silent warning that the scales of justice are always in play. In one representation, Her sword appears almost alive, reflecting the tumultuous emotions of those who have wronged others. The tension mounts. The viewer can feel the pulse of impending doom as the sword hangs in the balance, ready to enact fate's decree. Many artists chose to frame her in a chariot, drawn by fierce steeds whose eyes burn with the fire of righteousness. This imagery speaks volumes, a powerful reminder that Nemesis is not just a passive observer. She is an active force driving through the chaos, chasing down those who have strayed from their rightful path. The chariot wheels churn the dust of history, echoing the relentless march of time and consequence. Each hoofbeat resonates like a heartbeat, a reminder that time waits for no one, and each moment lived can tip the scales of fate. In some interpretations, she is accompanied by the figure of Tyche, the goddess of fortune. This pairing captures the duality of life itself, the thin line between luck and misfortune. As Tyche's wheel spins, so too does the fate of mortals, entwined with Nemesis's unwavering gaze. The tension thickens. One moment, a life may flourish under fortune's blessing, and the next, Nemesis strikes, restoring the balance with an iron fist. This representation evokes gasps of recognition from those who find themselves caught in the web of life's unpredictable twists. Artisans carved her visage in marble, their chisels etching not only her form but also the weight of her presence. The cold stone radiates an unyielding strength, and yet, in her eyes, there lies a flicker of understanding. It's as if she knows the pain of those she punishes, a bittersweet reminder that justice often comes with a price. The viewer's breath catches at the sight of her expression, a blend of stern resolve and mercy, a reflection of the complexities of human emotion. As centuries slipped by, the image of Nemesis evolved, taking on new interpretations across cultures. In Roman mosaics, she appeared as a beautiful, yet formidable figure, her beauty echoing the allure of fate, drawing viewers into her world. The contrast is striking, her elegance is mesmerizing, yet it foreshadows the inevitable consequence of crossing her path. As the colors swirl and blend, so does the tension between admiration and fear, capturing the essence of what it means to face the divine. But it is not just her physical representation that stirs the soul. It is the stories behind the images that breathe life into her iconography. Tales of kings toppled and heroes brought low serve as cautionary tales, drumming a beat of humility into the hearts of those who dare challenge the gods. With each retelling, the tension grows, a lingering reminder that no one is beyond the reach of Nemesis. The heart races at the thought, who among us has not felt the pangs of guilt or the weight of arrogance? Each depiction of Nemesis invites the viewer to confront their own battles with justice and morality. The emotion swells, a gripping tension that wraps around the heart like a vine, squeezing tighter with every realization. It is a reminder of the fragility of human existence, how easily fortunes can shift, and how closely joy and sorrow dance together in the shadows of fate. Artists, writers, and philosophers throughout history have invoked her name, weaving her essence into the very fabric of culture. In poetry, she serves as the muse for those who seek to capture the duality of existence, the ecstasy of success and the agony of downfall. The imagery becomes a mirror, reflecting the struggles of humanity, our relentless pursuit of justice, and the ever-looming specter of retribution. The tension in the air vibrates with the weight of every story told, every life lived in pursuit of balance. As the tale of Nemesis unfolds, her influence seeps into the very ground we walk upon. Statues stand tall in city squares, a silent testament to her enduring presence. The gaze of her marble eyes follows passers-by, a reminder that even in the mundane, the echoes of her justice resonate. The thrill of the chase hangs in the air, igniting a sense of urgency. One cannot simply walk away unchanged. In this intricate dance of imagery, emotion, and history, Nemesis remains an unwavering force, a guardian of balance and a harbinger of consequence. The tension builds. The stories are not merely relics of the past but living, breathing entities that challenge our perceptions of right and wrong. Each image, each representation, serves as a doorway to deeper understanding, inviting all who dare to approach to confront their own shadows. The cycle continues, weaving through time and space, leaving a mark on the souls of those who seek to unravel the mysteries of fate. The air was thick with tension, a charged atmosphere crackling as if the very fabric of reality trembled under an unseen weight. In a dimly lit chamber, shadows danced along the walls, flickering like the frantic heartbeat of a trapped animal. Here, the whispers of the past clawed at the present, echoing tales of wrath and vengeance that refused to fade. The Furies, those relentless avengers, stirred in the depths of myth, waiting with bated breath for their moment to strike. Their names, Alecto, Magira, and Tisiphone, were spoken with both reverence and fear. To cross them was to invite chaos, a tempest of fury that would swallow any who dared defy the natural order of justice. In the ancient world, they were not mere figments of stories whispered by the firelight. They were the embodiment of retribution, a stark reminder of morality's sharp edge. Those who wronged others would find no solace in the dark, for the Furies hunted with a singular, unyielding purpose. As night fell and the world quieted, the ground trembled beneath the weight of their approach. Each step they took was a resounding echo, a promise of reckoning. They emerged from the crevices of the earth, ancient and unwavering, their forms shrouded in darkness, marked by serpents that coiled around their limbs, hissing with rage. Their eyes glowed with an unearthly fire, piercing through the veil of night, seeking out the sins of the living. What had once been a peaceful village now lay in the grip of dread as whispers of betrayal circulated like wildfire. A husband's betrayal, a brother's jealousy, the sting of a lover's deceit, all fed the hunger of the Furies. The people felt it in their bones, a chill that settled in their hearts. They could sense the impending storm, could feel the air shift as the Furies danced just beyond the periphery of their awareness. In the heart of this turmoil, one soul stood alone. A woman, once filled with light, now marred by sorrow. Her husband had strayed, leaving her with only shadows of love and a heart heavy with betrayal. She wandered through the village streets, searching for answers, each step weighed down by the memories of laughter that had turned to whispers of despair. With every heartbeat, she felt the call of the Furies, their voices weaving through her anguish, urging her to claim justice for her shattered spirit. But justice, as the Furies knew all too well, came at a cost. The villagers began to speak in hushed tones, decrying the Furies as harbingers of doom. Yet, who could deny the balance they sought to restore? Alecto, the unyielding one, thrived on the chaos of anger. Magira, the jealous one, embraced the agony of betrayal with open arms. Tisiphone, the avenger of murder, kept her gaze steady on those who dared to spill blood unjustly. Each sister captured the essence of human pain, their own stories woven into the fabric of existence. As the moon hung high, casting an ethereal glow, the village gathered for a meeting, their hearts beating in unison with the fear that coursed through their veins. They spoke of the impending doom, of the Furies' insatiable thirst for justice, and their voices trembled as they recounted tales of those who had faced their wrath. The night air was electric, charged with the primal fear of retribution, but also, strangely, with a flicker of hope. Could the Furies, with all their fury, also bring about healing? The villagers, wrapped in the night's embrace, decided to confront the darkness that loomed like a thundercloud overhead. They devised a plan, a ritual meant to appease the vengeful spirits. Candles were lit and offerings prepared, a gesture to show respect for those who demanded justice. Yet, within the heart of this makeshift sanctuary, the woman felt a surge of despair. Would their petty offerings be enough to quell the storm? Would her pain be acknowledged? Or was she merely another thread in the intricate tapestry of wrongs? As she stood among the crowd, the air thick with incense and fear, the ground shook violently as if the Furies themselves were deciding the fate of those assembled. The villagers froze, eyes wide, breaths held, as the shadows deepened around them. From the earth, the Furies emerged, their presence palpable, exuding both dread and an inexplicable allure. The woman's heart raced as she locked eyes with Magira, who seemed to drink in the agony of the people. Her smile twisted into a cruel semblance of satisfaction. Alecto's gaze burned with a fire that threatened to consume the world around her, while Tisiphone stood resolute, waiting for the signal to unleash the reckoning that echoed through the very core of existence. With a voice that resonated like a thunderclap, Alecto spoke, demanding to know who among them would take responsibility for the sins that had festered. The villagers quaked under the weight of their guilt, unable to meet her fiery gaze. And in that moment, the woman found herself stepping forward, her voice trembling but steady. "I offer myself," she declared, a wave of courage washing over her even as fear threatened to swallow her whole. "I am the one wronged, yet I seek not revenge, but understanding." The Furies turned their gaze toward her, intrigued by the strange mix of pain and resolve. The air crackled with tension, and the very earth seemed to pause, waiting to see how this tale of wrath would unfold. In that moment, it became clear. The Furies were not merely carriers of vengeance, but intricate weavers of the human experience. Their stories intertwined with every cry for justice, every plea for forgiveness. As the night deepened, the shadows grew heavier, promising that this was only the beginning, a prologue to a tale that would unravel across time and space, binding the fates of mortals to the inexorable march of the Furies. The cycle of pain and redemption loomed, and the Furies, ever watchful, awaited the next chapter, the next act of humanity to unfold in their relentless pursuit of balance. In a shadowy corner of the ancient world, where whispers of betrayal lingered like the scent of smoke, the Furies were born from the very fabric of vengeance itself. Their story began in the tumultuous aftermath of a violent crime, the murder of a kin. Blood stained the earth, and from its darkened soil, the Furies emerged, three fierce sisters, with hair woven from serpents and eyes that burned with an unquenchable rage. They were not mere spirits. They were the embodiment of justice, haunting those who transgressed the sacred laws of family and kinship. Alecto, Tisiphone, and Megira, each one a reflection of the dark emotions that festered in the hearts of mortals. Alecto, the relentless, was the avenger of anger, chasing down those who let their fury lead them astray. Tisiphone, with her piercing gaze, was the punisher of murder, ensuring that no crime went unpunished. And Megira, the jealous one, thrived on envy, delighting in the despair of those who dared to betray their own. Together, they roamed the earth, driven by a singular purpose: to exact revenge on wrongdoers, to weave the fabric of justice with threads of terror. Their origins were as turbulent as the storms that raged in the heavens. Born from the blood of Uranus, the sky god, when he was castrated by his own son, Cronus, the Furies entered a world steeped in chaos and betrayal. The moment that iron blades severed flesh, the Furies sprang forth, a living testament to the idea that blood cries out for blood. They were not just born of vengeance. They were the very essence of retribution made flesh. Their cries echoed through the realms of gods and men, a chilling reminder of the darkness that lurked within each soul. As they wandered the earth, they became known as the Eumenides, the kindly ones, a bitter irony for beings who thrived on the anguish of the guilty. To those who sought to honor their wrongs, the Furies offered mercy, cloaked in darkness. But let a sinner cross their path, and they would unleash a torrent of fear and anguish. Even the bravest warriors trembled in their presence, knowing that the balance of life and death was fragile under the watchful eyes of these fearsome sisters. Their tales intertwined with the mightiest heroes of Greek mythology, leaving marks that could never be erased. Orestes, for instance, found himself ensnared in their relentless pursuit after avenging his father's murder by killing his own mother, Clytemnestra. The Furies descended upon him like a storm, their shrieks tearing through the air, echoing his own guilt back to him in a cacophony of despair and torment. He could feel their presence. It was as if the very shadows of the underworld had come alive, wrapping around him in a suffocating embrace. The Furies were not just harbingers of punishment. They were guardians of the moral order, ensuring that the scales of justice remained balanced. They watched closely as families turned against each other, as bonds of blood were severed in the name of ambition or jealousy. They reveled in the chaos, drawing their power from the anguish of others, feeding off the darkness that thrived within the hearts of mortals. It was this connection to human emotion that made them both terrifying and captivating. Their influence extended beyond the mortal realm into the hallowed halls of Olympus, where even the gods were not safe from their destined wrath. When Zeus himself was faced with the dilemma of punishing wrongdoers among his divine kin, he understood the necessity of the Furies. They acted as a balance in the universe, a necessary evil that served to remind the gods of their own vulnerabilities. In their presence, the gods, too, found themselves humbled, aware that even the highest among them could fall prey to their own desires. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a crimson glow across the sky, the Furies spread their wings, riding the winds of night. Their laughter echoed like thunder, shaking the very foundations of the earth. It was a sound that sent chills down the spines of those who heard it, an ominous proclamation that justice was coming. And with it, an undeniable truth. No crime, however hidden, could escape their grasp. But behind their fearsome exterior lay an unsettling sadness, a burden they carried as they fulfilled their duty. Each act of vengeance came with a price, a piece of their own essence sacrificed to the relentless cycle of retribution. They were reminders of the pain that lingered in the hearts of those who had suffered, guardians of a flame that would never extinguish. Their existence was a paradox, caught between duty and desire, justice and sorrow. With every soul they pursued, the Furies wove a tapestry of fear, vengeance, and grief. A tapestry that connected them to the very essence of humanity. They were reflections of the darkest corners of the human psyche, silently reminding mortals that justice was not a mere construct, but a force that demanded recognition. And as they faded into the shadows, their laughter lingered, a chilling reminder of the ever-present balance between love and hate, redemption and punishment. The night deepened, and the stars blinked into existence, scattered across the canvas of the sky like diamonds on velvet. Somewhere, in the recesses of one's mind, the Furies waited, whispering promises of reckoning to those who had wronged. Their origins were woven tightly into the fabric of existence, a reminder that every action has consequences, a truth that echoed through the ages, binding past, present, and future in an unyielding cycle of fate. In the dim light of an ancient Roman street, shadows flickered like the whispers of forgotten souls. The air hung thick with tension, a palpable sense of dread lurking around every corner. A woman's scream echoed through the night, striking terror into the hearts of all who heard it. This was not merely a sound of pain. It was a clarion call from the very depths of the human experience, where justice and vengeance collided. The Furies, known in Greece as the Erinyes, had crossed the sea, leaving their haunting presence imprinted on the Roman psyche. They were no longer just the avenging spirits of the wronged, but had transformed into something more complex, more terrifying. In Rome, these ethereal beings were now woven into the fabric of society, their stories interlaced with the lives of mortals. They became formidable figures, embodying the wrath of the gods, a reminder that no crime would go unpunished. Their eyes glowed like embers in the dark, and their hair twisted into serpents, conveying a feral beauty that both captivated and horrified. As the whispers of the Furies spread, tales of their retribution gripped the hearts of citizens. They were said to emerge from the shadows at the stroke of midnight, seeking those who had committed heinous acts, murderers, traitors, and those who had betrayed their kin. The Romans, steeped in a culture of honor and loyalty, feared the Furies as a force of divine retribution. They were more than mere creatures of vengeance. They were the embodiment of guilt, the physical manifestation of human conscience. In the grand halls of the Senate, discussions turned to the nature of justice, igniting fierce debates among the orators. Some argued that the Furies represented an essential balance, a necessary force to temper the arrogance of man. Others feared their wrath, knowing that their very names could summon a tempest of horrors upon the unrepentant. The Furies were painted not merely as harbingers of doom, but as enforcers of moral order, their existence a terrifying reminder that every action has its consequences. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting elongated shadows over the city, the tales of the Furies transformed into chilling stories told by flickering fires. Children huddled close to their mothers, wide-eyed as they listened to the horrifying fables of how the Furies hunted down those who had escaped the law. These stories were not just for entertainment. They were warnings, a way to instill fear and respect for the moral codes that govern society. With each tale, the Furies grew more tangible, their presence felt in every creak of the floorboards, every whisper of the wind through the night. The city thrummed with anticipation as the festival of the Furies approached. Citizens adorned themselves in dark robes, eyes wide with a mixture of fear and reverence. The streets were illuminated by flickering torches, casting eerie shadows that danced like spirits against the stone walls. People believed that during this festival, the Furies could be appeased with offerings of wine and flowers, gifts meant to soothe their restless souls. Yet every heart knew the truth. The Furies were fickle and unforgiving, and the wrong gesture could invoke their wrath instead of their mercy. In the midst of the festivities, a soldier named Marcus stood alone, haunted by his past. He had taken a life in battle, a necessity of war that had turned into a burden he could not bear. As the night wore on, he felt an oppressive weight settle upon him, as if the very air was thick with the presence of the Furies. The laughter and music around him faded into a dull roar, replaced by the insistent whispering of his conscience. Marcus could almost feel their eyes upon him, piercing through the veneer of bravado he wore. Would he face their fury tonight? The question loomed, a dark cloud over his spirit. As the drums beat louder, resonating through the streets, the tension became unbearable. Marcus turned to flee, but the crowd surged around him, a river of bodies drawn to the center of the festivities. It was there, beneath the flickering light and fevered excitement, that the unthinkable happened. A figure cloaked in darkness emerged, flanked by two others. The Furies had arrived. Their presence sent a chill through the air, silencing the revelry with a single glance. The reality of their power was undeniable. With venomous whispers, they spoke of debts unpaid, of lives taken without remorse. They moved like shadows, fluid and ghostly, weaving through the throngs of people who now stood frozen, fearing the reckoning that might follow. In that moment, the past and present collided, a powerful reminder that the Furies were always watching, waiting for their moment. The air crackled with anticipation as Marcus found himself drawn toward the heart of the crowd. The fear in his gut twisted like a serpent, squeezing tighter with each passing second. He could feel the gaze of the Furies on his back, heavy and unyielding. As they advanced, their presence felt like a storm brewing just beyond the horizon, a tempest poised to unleash its fury upon the unsuspecting city. The night became a stage for a reckoning, where justice was not merely a word, but a force that demanded attention. The Furies were not just mythological figures. They were the embodiment of human guilt, the shadow that followed every misdeed. In that charged atmosphere, the boundaries between the living and the dead blurred, creating a sense of urgency that sent shivers down the spine of every onlooker. As the crowd parted, the spotlight fell upon Marcus, the soldier burdened by his past. The Furies approached, their intentions clear, and he could feel the weight of judgment settle upon him like a shroud. It was here, in the heart of the chaos, that the true essence of the Furies revealed itself. They were not just harbingers of doom. They were the guardians of moral consequence, the relentless force that reminded humanity of its darkest truths. The air thickened with tension as the night stretched on, and the world held its breath, caught in the delicate balance of fate and free will, waiting to see who would emerge unscathed from the embrace of the Furies. In the dim light of an ancient city, shadows flickered like a whispered warning. The air buzzed with an unspoken tension, a sense that justice was lurking just out of sight, waiting to strike with a fury that could shake the very foundations of the earth. It was here, in this gritty tapestry of human emotion, that the Furies roamed, relentless and fierce. Their presence was a chilling reminder that the wrongdoers could never truly escape their fate. With serpents for hair and eyes aflame with righteous indignation, the Furies were not mere specters of revenge. They were the embodiment of retribution itself. Clad in tattered robes that seemed to absorb the night, they glided through the streets, whispering the names of those who had wronged others. Their voices, soft yet piercing, echoed the cries of the innocent, each syllable a reminder that nobody could hide from their judgment. The Furies thrived on the agony of the guilty, their insatiable hunger for vengeance fueling their relentless pursuit. To them, justice was a beautiful tapestry woven from the threads of suffering and guilt. They knew the secrets of the heart, the hidden sins that festered within the soul. A thief might think he had escaped with his ill-gotten gains, but the Furies would find him lurking in the shadows, ready to unveil his treachery. A deceitful lover could bask in the warmth of a new romance, oblivious to the storm brewing just beyond the horizon. But the Furies were watching, and they would not rest until the scales of justice were balanced. As they moved through the streets, the Furies were acutely aware of the power they wielded. They could sense the dread piling up like storm clouds, the fear that gripped the hearts of those who had committed wrongs, however small. In the night, the sound of a woman's laughter would mingle with the whispers of the past, but beneath that laughter lay buried guilt, a betrayal that could not be ignored. The Furies, with their piercing eyes, could see it all. It was their sacred duty to bring despair to those who had brought pain, to ensure that every wrong was answered, every wound avenged. One by one, they began to pick their targets. There was the merchant, who had cheated his customers, pocketing their hard-earned coins with a smirk. The Furies could feel his heartbeat quickening, a frantic rhythm that betrayed his facade. It was only a matter of time, they knew, before he would pay for his sins. With swift precision, they began weaving his fate, each thread of his life turning darker, drawing him ever closer to his reckoning. Then there was the soldier whose hand had taken many lives for the sake of glory. He sat in a tavern, laughing boisterously with his comrades, unaware that the Furies were already stitching the fabric of his doom. They quieted the laughter around him, dimmed the lights, and in that moment of eerie silence, he felt the suffocating weight of his past. Memories haunted him, faces of those he had wronged, rising like specters in the shadows. The Furies, hidden from view, reveled in the despair that clung to him like a second skin. As the night deepened, the Furies grew even bolder. They wove through the alleys and through the crowded markets, marking the guilty with a touch that chilled the bone. A glance here, a whisper there. The guilty felt the cool breath of the Furies against their necks, a reminder that punishment was imminent. Each moment stretched out, thick with anticipation and dread, as the Furies relished the unfolding drama of human nature laid bare before them. But it was not only the obvious wrongdoers who caught their attention. No, the Furies were also attuned to subtler sins, the betrayal of a friend, the lies told to loved ones, even the indifference that festered in the hearts of those who turned a blind eye. They traced the lines of these small betrayals, amplifying the guilt until it loomed large enough to consume its bearer. The Furies had no need for elaborate trials. The weight of conscience was their courtroom, and the suffering heart was their only witness. In a darkened corner of the city, a woman clutched her child, trembling as the Furies approached. She had abandoned a promise, and the guilt lay heavy upon her. The Furies felt her pain, and in that moment, they showed her a vision of the life she might have led, a life filled with love and redemption. But the vision twisted cruelly, morphing into a nightmare where she was forever haunted by her choices. The Furies relished the look of horror on her face, knowing that the punishment of the wrongdoer was not always death. Sometimes it was the torment of living with one's own conscience. And so, the night wore on, the Furies dancing through the darkness, sowing seeds of justice in the hearts of the guilty. Each encounter was electric, a charged moment where fear and vulnerability collided. The cries of the wronged echoed in the alleys, the laughter of the innocent a distant memory. The Furies thrived on the chaos, their dance intertwining with the fabric of the city, wrapping it in a shroud of dread and inevitability. As dawn approached, the city began to stir, but the Furies were relentless. They had only just begun their work, each moment stretched out like a taut bowstring, ready to snap. They knew that the light of day would not erase the darkness they had sown. The guilty would carry their burdens into the light, and the Furies would be there, always watching, always waiting. There would be no escape, no sanctuary from the justice they served. With every step, the Furies left behind the echoes of despair, weaving a tapestry of retribution that would haunt the city long after they had vanished into the shadows. Their power was eternal, pulsing in the very veins of humanity, a reminder that justice, once sparked, could never be extinguished. As the first rays of sunlight broke through the horizon, the Furies faded, but their promise lingered, a pulse of fear and hope entwined, setting the stage for the next act of their relentless pursuit. The city would never be the same. The streets of ancient Rome, bustling with life, echoed with the weight of history. The air was thick with the scent of fresh bread and the chorus of merchants calling out to passers-by. But beneath this surface of everyday normalcy, a darker presence lingered, waiting to awaken at the most unexpected moments. Among the shadows, the Furies, three fearsome sisters born of vengeance and wrath, were not mere myths. They were the living embodiment of the emotions that could ignite a city and consume its heart. In the dimly lit corners of a tavern, whispers filled the air. A soldier, fresh from the front lines, recounted tales of his encounters with these dread spirits. The flickering torchlight danced across the faces of the patrons, their expressions shifting from fear to morbid curiosity. The soldier spoke of a time when a crime went unpunished, a time when the Furies swept across the land like a storm. The very thought sent shivers down their spines. They had heard the legends, the terrifying cries that echoed through the hills, heralding chaos and retribution. The Furies were not just figures of folklore. They were the guardians of moral order, a relentless force that demanded justice. As the night wore on, an old woman leaned closer to the fire, her eyes sparkling with deep, haunted wisdom. She spoke of a time when the Furies delivered their judgment not only to the wicked but also to those who stood idly by, allowing evil to flourish unchallenged. It was a lesson the Romans learned painfully. Action was essential, or they risked invoking the wrath of these relentless avengers. The patrons felt a chill creep over them, the weight of their own complicity pressing down like a heavy cloak. They exchanged uneasy glances, aware that the Furies watched from the shadows, ready to strike if they dared to ignore the cries for justice around them. In the grand halls of power, senators debated the laws of the land, their voices rising and falling like the tide. Yet, no matter how eloquent their speeches, they could not escape the silent reminder of the Furies that hung in the air. They were a force of nature, a reminder that morality was not just a matter of laws but of the soul. Each senator felt a flicker of fear as they thought of the potential consequences of their actions or inaction. The Furies were not far away. They lurked in the hearts of the people, igniting their passions and fears. As the senators fought for power, the specter of vengeance loomed larger, a constant reminder that their decisions had weight and could lead to their own ruin. Outside the Senate, a mother stood in a crowded market, clutching her child tightly. She had heard the rumors of the Furies, tales passed down from generation to generation. In her heart, she felt the raw, unyielding need for protection. The Furies, she reasoned, might be merciless, but they also symbolized the fight for justice, the unyielding spirit that no one could silence. With each passing day, she felt the weight of the world pressing down on her, and she prayed that the Furies would see her plight, that they would steer her through the storm of life with the strength of their vengeance. In the darkened alleys, shadows stirred as whispers of betrayal floated through the air. A man wronged, his heart filled with a burning desire for revenge, felt the Furies calling to him. They whispered promises of power and reclamation, urging him to take justice into his own hands. The thrill of their presence electrified him, filling his veins with a dangerous energy. He knew that once he invoked their name, there would be no turning back. He could almost hear the echo of their blood-curdling cries, a rallying call for those who had suffered too long. Would he answer, or would he let the chance for vengeance slip away? The decision weighed heavily on him, as the Furies danced at the edges of his consciousness, taunting him with the power they could offer. As the sun rose over Rome, casting a golden hue over the city, a sense of tension hung thick in the air. The Furies were restless, and the people felt it in their bones. Something was brewing, a palpable sense of change. In the temples, priests murmured prayers, seeking to appease the furious sisters, who were known to be unforgiving. They knew that anger, if left unchecked, could run wild through the streets, leading to bloodshed and chaos. The Furies were a mirror, reflecting the society's own failings back at them, and the priests understood that the balance of justice hung delicately in their hands. In the midst of all this, a young girl wandered through the streets, her wide eyes soaking in the vibrant life around her. She had heard the stories of the Furies, and while fear had gripped the hearts of many, she felt a strange kinship with them. They represented the fire within, the rage against injustice, the cry for those who had no voice. She sought to understand them, to learn what they meant for her world. With every step, she felt a connection to the past, a world where the Furies were not just figures of terror, but symbols of hope, urging her to rise against the tides of wrong. Through the fabric of Roman society, the Furies wove their threads of vengeance, justice, and moral reckoning. Their presence was felt in every whispered tale and in the hearts of the people who walked the cobblestone streets. They were both a warning and a beacon, a paradox of fear and empowerment, forever entwined in the emotional landscape of Rome. As the day unfolded, the Furies continued to stir, their shadows lengthening, waiting for the moment when the cries for justice would reach a fever pitch and the world would know their power once again. Underneath the shadowy canopies of ancient trees, whispers of a time long past swirled like autumn leaves caught in a restless breeze. The air crackled with tension, a suggestion of the power and fury that had once shaped the world. Legends spoke of the Furies, fearsome daughters of night, whose gaze could pierce the soul and whose wrath could consume the very heavens. Their family tree stretched back into the depths of a dark, haunting history, one that twisted through bloodlines and ancient grievances, echoing with the screams of the damned. Born of primordial forces, the Furies, also known as the Erinyes, came into being from the very essence of vengeance and justice. According to some accounts, they were the progeny of Gaia, Mother Earth, and Uranus, the sky god, birthed from the blood that spilled during his castration. This ghastly origin spoke of a world steeped in chaos, a world where justice was not merely a concept, but an unforgiving force that tore through the fabric of existence. Others claimed that they emerged from the blood of the slain Titan, Cronus, each drop pulsing with anger and a thirst for retribution. The sisters, Alecto, Megira, and Tisiphone, wove themselves into the tapestry of fate. Each one bore a unique embodiment of vengeance. Alecto, the relentless in her pursuit of moral offenders; Megira, the one who punished the unfaithful; and Tisiphone, the avenger of murder. Their names echoed in the halls of Olympus, whispered among mortals, striking fear into the hearts of those who had transgressed. Yet, their lineage was not without complexity. They were often depicted as relentless, but beneath their cruel exterior lay a deep-rooted connection to human suffering. Each time they descended upon the earth, it was not merely to wreak havoc, but to restore a balance that had been disturbed. They were the embodiment of ancient laws, a reminder that every action summoned a reaction. The Furies did not operate in isolation. They were linked to the very fabric of human emotions: rage, betrayal, and loss. The Furies' family tree branched out in unexpected directions, intertwining with many gods and heroes of Greek mythology. Their fierce nature often paralleled that of other formidable figures. They stood in stark contrast to the gentle touch of deities like Aphrodite, whose influence was felt in love and beauty. Instead, the Furies thrived in the shadows, where the cries of the wronged resonated like a chilling lullaby. In the myth of Orestes, the Furies cast their long shadow. After Orestes avenged his father's murder by killing his mother, he found himself tormented by their relentless pursuit. The Furies, with their serpentine hair and eyes aflame with righteous fury, chased him across the land, a testament to their role as instruments of fate. They were both his tormentors and his protectors, reminding him that in the quest for justice, one could easily drown in the very waters they sought to navigate. What had once been a tale of vengeance soon morphed into an exploration of redemption. The Furies, in their fierce loyalty to justice, found themselves at odds with the very fabric they were meant to protect. Their familial ties were strained, tethered to a sense of duty that gnawed at their souls. They were not mere agents of chaos. They were reflections of the human condition. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows that danced among the trees, the heart of the Furies pulsed with the weight of their legacy. They roamed the earth, unseen yet ever-present, bound to the lineage that had birthed them. Each whispered name carried the echoes of the past, an unbroken chain of pain and vengeance, of love and betrayal. Their lineage was a tapestry woven with strands of darkness, illuminated by moments of fierce loyalty and heartbreak. The tale of the Furies drew in those who dared to listen, their stories filled with the very essence of humanity, their struggles, fears, and unyielding pursuit of justice. And as the night deepened, the Furies' existence became more than myth. It was a living reminder that every family carries its burdens, that every lineage is steeped in both glory and tragedy. The weight of their history pressed upon the earth like a heavy fog, shrouding the very fabric of existence in an unshakable tension. The Furies stood on the precipice of a world teetering between chaos and order, their bloodlines intertwined with mortals and gods alike. Each decision, each act of vengeance, reverberated through time, shaping destinies and sealing fates. Their legacy was not merely a collection of tales. It was a living, breathing entity, pulsing with energy and emotion. As night fell, a chill swept through the air, reminding all who lingered of the Furies' presence. They were a family bound by blood, yet separated by purpose. Their lineage was a dark river flowing through the hearts of men. The darkness that surrounded them was not simply a veil. It was an undeniable part of their being, drawing ever closer to the light. Drawn by the gravity of their stories, the air crackled with anticipation. The Furies awaited the next chapter of their fate, ready to embrace the chaos that lay ahead. For within that chaos lay the threads that would weave their legacy anew. And as they faded into the night, the echoes of their lineage whispered through the trees, a promise that their story was far from over, lingering in the thoughts of those who dared to remember. The air crackled with tension, a premonition of fury swirling like a storm about to break. In the dim light of the Roman theater, the audience sat in rapt silence, hearts pounding in anticipation. In Roman tragedy, the Furies were not merely characters. They were the harbingers of fate, the embodiment of the consequences of sin. Each cry of their tortured voices echoed through the theater, resonating with the weight of history and the collective memory of the Roman people. They were the ones who would not rest until justice was served, until the scales were balanced, and the blood of the guilty was paid for in full. In a society that prided itself on law and order, the presence of the Furies reminded all that the shadows of the past can never truly be laid to rest. As the tragedies unfolded, the Furies became intertwined with the very souls of the protagonists, driving them to madness with their relentless pursuit. Take Orestes, for instance, whose blood-soaked family history was steeped in betrayal and revenge. The moment he stepped onto the stage, the Furies were already there, lurking in the darkness, ready to pounce. They were a chorus of despair, their haunting wails echoing through his mind, urging him on as he waged war against his own sanity. Each step he took was heavy with the weight of his ancestors' sins, and the Furies danced around him, whispering accusations that twisted like thorns around his heart. With every act, they escalated the tension, their motivations blurring the lines between justice and cruelty. The audience could feel their anguish, but more than that, they felt the fear of inevitable doom that surrounded Orestes. The Furies' relentless pursuit of vengeance was infectious, wrapping itself around the hearts of the spectators who gasped and clutched their chests, as if they were part of the tragedy unfolding on stage. They were not just watching. They were experiencing the spiral of chaos brought about by the Furies, a cycle of violence that seemed doomed to repeat itself endlessly. The Furies were relentless, embodying that primal desire for justice that lurked in the deepest recesses of the human soul. They would not be appeased until blood was shed, and even then, their hunger was insatiable. This was a horror that the Romans understood all too well. They knew that the gods were not forgiving, and the Furies were the embodiment of that divine retribution. In one tragic moment, a nobleman might fall to his knees, pleading for mercy, but the Furies would only raise their voices higher, drowning out his cries with the echoes of past wrongs. As the curtain rose on the aftermath of Orestes' decision to avenge his father's murder, the air thickened with palpable dread. The stage was now a battleground, not just for the characters, but for the very essence of justice itself. The Furies circled, their presence a constant reminder that vengeance is a double-edged sword. For every act of retribution, there was a reaction that could spiral into further chaos. The audience watched in horror as the cycle continued, each act of violence leading to more bloodshed, more cries for justice, and more whispers from the Furies. In the moments of reflection, the theater fell silent, allowing the audience to ponder the heavy questions posed by the Furies. Their role was not simply to exact punishment, but to force the characters and the audience to confront the moral complexities of their actions. What does it mean to pursue justice? Is revenge ever justified? The Furies demanded answers, their voices a haunting chorus that resonated within every heart, igniting a sense of unease. As the story unfolded, the Furies were not just a symbol of punishment. They were the embodiment of guilt and the memories of the past that refused to fade. They reminded everyone that no act of violence is without consequence, that every choice carries its own burden. The Romans recognized the Furies as a warning, a reminder that in seeking vengeance, one might unleash chaos that could ripple through generations. Their existence was a living testament to the fragility of the human condition, the way our darkest desires could consume us if left unchecked. With each passing moment, the audience was drawn deeper into the web of emotions spun by the Furies. Their relentless pursuit of justice became a mirror reflecting the darkest corners of human nature. The tension escalated, the air thick with anticipation as the characters faced their fates, their destinies forever altered by the Furies' wrath. The lines between right and wrong blurred, leaving the audience grappling with their own beliefs about justice and vengeance. As the final act approached, the stage became a maelstrom of emotion, the Furies weaving through the chaos with a chilling grace. Their presence was both a curse and a blessing, terrifying yet alluring, a reminder that the pursuit of justice can lead to an abyss from which there is no return. The audience was left breathless, suspended in the moment, hearts racing as they awaited the inevitable climax, aware that the Furies would have the final say in this tragic tale of blood, vengeance, and the relentless pursuit of justice. The air crackled with tension as shadows danced along the ancient stone walls of the Athenian agora. It was a place where the weight of fate hung heavy, where whispers of retribution intertwined with the cries of the innocent. As evening descended, the chilling presence of Nemesis loomed, her figure cloaked in a shroud of dark mist, eyes gleaming with a fierce determination. She was the embodiment of vengeance, justice personified, prowling the streets like a lioness ready to pounce. But behind her, lurking in the shadows, were the Furies, their presence a cacophony of rage and sorrow, relentless in their pursuit of the guilty. In a corner of the agora, a man named Callias stood trembling, sweat trickling down his brow. He had wronged a friend, and the act weighed on him like a boulder. He could almost hear the whispers of the Furies, their voices rising in a haunting chorus that echoed through the night. Blood for blood, heart for heart, they intoned, their eyes glowing like coals in the dark. Callias grasped at his chest, feeling the thrum of his own heartbeat, a reminder that the scales of justice were tipping, and he was the one to pay. As Callias turned to flee, he stumbled backward, colliding with the statue of Nemesis, her gaze piercing through him like an arrow. It was said that those who crossed her path would find no solace, and Callias felt the truth of it in his bones. The Furies, three fierce sisters born from the very essence of vengeance, were already closing in, their hair entwined with serpents, eyes blazing with righteous fury. They sought out the unjust, unleashing their wrath without hesitation. The ground trembled beneath Callias's feet as he fell to his knees, pleading for mercy. "I am not guilty," he cried, his voice cracking with desperation. But the Furies merely laughed, a cold and merciless sound that sent shivers down his spine. They thrived on the anguish of the guilty, feeding off the despair that hung in the air like a thick fog. Meanwhile, Nemesis watched with a knowing smile. She did not intervene. She reveled in the spectacle of justice unfolding before her. With every tear that fell from Callias's eyes, she felt a surge of power, a reminder that she was the force that balanced the scales of life. "You have sown the seeds of betrayal," she whispered, her voice like silk laced with poison. "Now you shall reap what you have sown." The Furies advanced, their forms shifting like shadows in the moonlight, an ominous dance that echoed the heartbeat of the earth. They circled Callias, their movements both graceful and terrifying. "You think you can escape your deeds?" one of them hissed, her fangs glinting as she leaned closer. "We are always watching. We are always near." In that moment, Callias felt the weight of all his choices crashing down on him. Memories flashed before his eyes. Laughter shared with friends now turned to bitter silence. A hand extended in friendship now severed. The Furies fed on his guilt, their laughter like a haunting melody that threatened to drown him. Shadows of the past clawed at him, dragging him deeper into despair. Suddenly, as if the very ground itself had opened up, a tremor shook the agora. The air thickened with an unearthly energy, and Nemesis stepped forward, her resolve unwavering. "You have been marked," she declared, her voice echoing through the night, each word like thunder. "Let the judgment begin." Callias looked up, terror etched on his face. He could feel the Furies closing in, their talons poised to strike. "Please," he begged, desperation clawing at his voice. "I'll make amends. I'll right my wrongs." But the Furies only smiled, a cruel twist of fate reflected in their eyes. They were merciless, guardians of justice who would not be swayed by empty promises. With a sudden surge, the air became electric, and the ground split beneath Callias's feet. He flailed, grasping for the solid earth, but the Furies were upon him, their hands icy and unyielding. They pulled him down into the abyss of his own making, into a chasm of regret and despair, where echoes of his past wrongs rang like church bells, tolling for the souls he had betrayed. As Callias descended, he felt the gaze of Nemesis burn into his soul. She stood tall and unwavering, a beacon of truth in a world clouded by lies. "Feel the weight of your own heart," she intoned, each word striking like a hammer. "Let the Furies guide you through the shadows of your own making." The last thing Callias saw was the fierce determination in Nemesis's eyes, a promise of justice that would never fade. The Furies, relentless in their pursuit, wrapped their tendrils around him, dragging him into darkness where he would confront the specters of his past. In their clutches, he would experience every betrayal anew, every pain he had caused, the haunting rhythm of his own heartbeat matching the pulse of retribution. But even as they pulled him deeper, the winds began to shift. A new strength began to stir in Callias, a flicker of hope igniting somewhere within the depths of despair. Perhaps, even in the darkest moments, redemption was not out of reach. Perhaps there was a way to rise from the ashes of his own making, to confront the Furies and emerge transformed. And so, as the shadows danced and the screams of the past echoed all around him, Callias's journey into the heart of his own reckoning began. A battle between guilt and hope that would intertwine with the relentless pursuit of Nemesis and the Furies. The night stretched on, filled with tension and raw emotion, as destinies collided in a timeless dance of justice and vengeance, leaving an indelible mark on the fabric of fate itself. In a bustling Roman forum, under the watchful gaze of marble statues and the flickering shadows of torches, a man stood at the center, his heart pounding like a war drum. Gaius, a soldier recently returned from the front lines, felt the weight of the crowd's eyes piercing through him. They were not just curious onlookers. They were witnesses, waiting for justice to unfold. The tension in the air was palpable. He had come to deliver a message, one that echoed through the annals of Roman history. Vengeance is a virtue. As he slowly raised his hand, the murmurs faded into an expectant silence. Gaius had seen too much. A friend had been lost, a brother taken by the merciless hands of a rival faction. The sun set behind him, casting long shadows that danced like ghosts alongside his pain. In Rome, blood was the currency of honor, and retribution was the decree inscribed in the hearts of its citizens. He had not merely lost someone. He had been robbed of his very essence, the fabric of his soul torn apart in a brutal act of betrayal. In the grand narrative of Roman life, vengeance was not an act of selfish rage. It was a noble endeavor, draped in the cloak of justice. To avenge was to reclaim dignity, to restore balance disrupted by treachery. The very gods watched with approval, as men like Gaius sought to right the wrongs of the world. His heart swelled with the pride of those who had come before him, men like Brutus, who had once avenged his father's dishonor, and Cato, who had stood against tyranny with a sword drawn in the name of justice. As he spoke, the passion in his voice stirred the crowd, igniting their own memories of loss and longing. Gaius painted vivid images of the past, an enemy lurking in the shadows, the glint of a knife under the moonlight, the cry of a friend as the life slipped away. Each word cut through the air, sharper than any blade. Vengeance was not simply a desire. It was a fire that burned brightly in the hearts of every Roman, a flame that demanded to be fed. He recalled tales of the ancient heroes, the ones who had tread the same streets, whose footsteps left a trace of defiance against those who dared to harm the innocent. The stories flowed like wine, intoxicating and rich, tales of retribution that had shaped the very foundation of their society. Each act of vengeance was a thread, weaving the complex tapestry of Roman honor and virtue. Yet beneath Gaius' fervent proclamations lay a darker truth, a subtle undercurrent that hinted at the cost of such a path. Vengeance, while celebrated, could also devour the avenger. It was a double-edged sword, as potent as it was perilous. The crowd, caught in the emotional swell of his words, didn't see this shadow lurking behind the glimmering allure of retribution. They were entranced, their fists clenched, hearts racing, yearning for the sweet taste of justice unearned. As night fell, a figure emerged from the shadows, cloaked and enigmatic. Lucius, an elder statesman, stepped forward with a measured grace. He was a man who had seen the rise and fall of many, a man whose wisdom was etched deep into the lines of his weathered face. He had borne witness to the very cycle Gaius championed, and the toll it exacted on the soul. His voice, though soft, carried the weight of ages, resonating through the gathering. "Vengeance is tempting, my friend," Lucius began, his eyes betraying both compassion and warning. "But it is a path fraught with peril. Each act of vengeance begets another, like ripples in a pond, spreading outward, consuming all in their wake." His words cut through the fervor, a cold splash of reality that contrasted sharply with Gaius' burning resolve. But Gaius would not falter. The fire within him blazed brighter, fueled by the memories of his fallen brother. "What is the price of our honor if we do not seek justice? Shall we stand idle while our enemies laugh in the shadows?" The crowd roared in response, the call for vengeance echoing off the ancient stones. They craved action, to feel the surge of blood and passion, to be part of something greater than themselves. Lucius shook his head slightly, as if mourning the youth's unwavering spirit. Honor is not only found in vengeance, but in restraint, in the wisdom to choose one's battles wisely. What will you gain by slaying your foe, if it means losing your own humanity? His words resonated, a haunting reminder that vengeance could strip away one's very soul. But Gaius could not see the wisdom in restraint, consumed as he was by the flames of anger and loss. He could envision the moment, his enemy's face twisted in surprise, the satisfaction of bloodshed washing over him like a cleansing rain. The crowd stirred around him, caught in the tempest of their emotions, as if sensing the conflict between the fire of vengeance and the chill of reason. Time hung heavy in the air, each heartbeat a drumbeat of impending conflict. The tension crackled like the very lightning that danced across the stormy sky, threatening to unleash chaos at any moment. They were no longer in the forum. They were warriors, brothers and sisters united by loss, by the desire for justice that burned within each of them. And yet, the elder's voice lingered, a haunting echo of doubt and reflection. Gaius felt the weight of Lucius' gaze, an anchor amidst the storm, and for a fleeting moment, he wavered. What was vengeance if it led him into the abyss? The crowd's cries grew louder, drowning out the soft whispers of caution. The choice lay before him, a fork in the road where one path promised glory and the other, a potential surrender of the very virtues he sought to uphold. But the fire of his brother's memory surged within him, urging him forward. Blood would be spilled, justice would be claimed. Gyas felt the weight of history on his shoulders, the specter of heroes past and the promise of a future steeped in honor. The crowd surged, their belief in vengeance transforming into a living, breathing beast, ready to be unleashed upon the world. Caught in the whirlwind of loyalty and fury, Gyas took a step toward the shadows from which his enemy would emerge. The stage was set, and the line between virtue and vice blurred, leaving only the intoxicating promise of retribution. The night drew closer, the heat of the moment closing in, and as the crowd swelled with anticipation, Gyas knew deep within his bones that the reckoning was near. The ancient echoes of vengeance called to him, a melody of blood and honor that could not be silenced. And from the depths of that promise, the stage was set for an inevitable confrontation, as the past collided violently with the present, forging a path that would lead them all into the unknown. In the flickering candlelight of ancient Athens, a chilling wind whispered through the streets, carrying with it the weight of vengeance and justice. Shadows danced along the cobblestone paths, reflecting the turmoil that brewed within the hearts of the citizens. At the center of it all stood an imposing temple dedicated to the goddess Nemesis, a figure both feared and revered. She was the personification of retribution, a relentless force that ensured the scales of justice remained balanced, even in a world rife with deceit and corruption. As twilight descended, the air grew thick with tension, echoing the stories of those who had crossed paths with Nemesis. Her very essence was woven into the fabric of society, a reminder of the consequences that awaited those who succumbed to hubris. The tales of her swift judgment sent shivers down the spines of the proud and the powerful. The mighty king Lycurgus, who dared to defy the gods, found himself driven mad by the very vines he once cultivated. His descent into madness was a warning, a clear signal that the goddess would not tolerate arrogance. But Nemesis was not alone in her quest for balance. From the dark recesses of the underworld emerged the Furies, ancient deities of vengeance, their eyes ablaze with a fierce fury. Clothed in shadows, they roamed the earth, seeking out those who escaped punishment. A mother weeping for her lost child, a lover betrayed. These were the souls that stirred their wrath. The Furies were relentless, pursuing sinners with an intensity that mirrored the fires of their own torment. Their chilling wails echoed through the night, a haunting melody that compelled the guilty to confront their darkest deeds. In a world where honor and loyalty were carved into stone, the specter of Nemesis and her Furies loomed large. The citizens of Athens exchanged hushed whispers about the recent events that sent ripples through the city. A powerful general, once celebrated for his victories, had fallen from grace after committing a grave injustice. His arrogance blinded him to the suffering of his soldiers, who returned home broken and weary. As he reveled in glory, the Furies gathered strength, waiting for the opportune moment to unleash their wrath. On the day of his grand return, the air was thick with anticipation. The streets were lined with citizens eager to celebrate their hero. Yet beneath the surface, a palpable tension simmered. The general rode atop a magnificent steed, adorned with laurel and gold, oblivious to the dark storm brewing in the hearts of those he had wronged. As he raised his arms in triumph, a cold wind whipped through the crowd, a portent of the divine judgment that was drawing near. It was then that Nemesis emerged from the shadows, her presence commanding and fierce. The goddess, draped in flowing robes that seemed to shimmer with the essence of justice, approached the general with a gaze that could pierce through armor and into the very soul. The crowd fell silent as the weight of her authority settled over them, a shudder rippling through the air. Her voice rang out like thunder, echoing off the marble columns of the temple. "Pride has led you here, but it shall be your downfall," she intoned, each word heavy with the promise of retribution. The general's heart raced as he felt the ground shift beneath him, the thrill of victory turning to dread. The Furies circled like vultures, their laughter sharp as knives, waiting for the moment when the scales would tip. In this atmosphere thick with foreboding, the citizens felt the stirrings of both fear and excitement. They were witnesses to a spectacle that transcended mere mortals, the divine balancing act of justice unfolding before their eyes. They understood that, in this game of fate, no one was truly safe from the relentless pursuit of Nemesis and her furies. The tension crackled like lightning in the air, igniting a fire within their hearts. The stories passed down through generations swirled in their minds. Tales of kings and heroes brought low, of the inevitable reckoning that awaited those who dared to challenge the gods. With a wave of her hand, Nemesis summoned the Furies closer, their forms shimmering with ethereal light. They moved in perfect harmony, a chorus of vengeance ready to strike. The general's bravado began to wane, replaced by an unsettling realization that the goddess's words rang true. The cheers of the crowd faded, replaced by an ominous hush. Each heartbeat thrummed with anticipation as the Furies prepared to unleash their fury upon him. The ground trembled beneath the weight of their wrath as they closed in, their eyes burning with the anguish of the wronged. The general stumbled back, his mind racing with thoughts of escape, but there would be no escape from their grasp. He felt the cold fingers of panic clutching at his throat, the very essence of his arrogance now turned against him. The whispers of the crowd morphed into a cacophony of anguish, echoing the pain of those who had suffered at his hands. As the first cry of the Furies pierced the air, it resonated deeply within the souls of those gathered. The pain of betrayal, the anguish of loss, and the relentless thirst for justice surged like a tide. Each citizen felt the weight of their own transgressions, the sins they had buried deep within, rising to the surface. The Furies, like living embodiments of their guilt, demanded acknowledgement and accountability. Then came the storm. The skies darkened, and the winds howled as Nemesis raised her arms, calling forth the tempest of justice. The very heavens seemed to tremble at her command, mirroring the chaos within the city. Those watching could hardly breathe, their hearts racing as they realized they were not merely spectators. They were part of an age-old cycle, a dance of justice and vengeance that had played out through the ages. As the shadows deepened, the air thick with emotion and foreboding, the lines between right and wrong began to blur. The Furies, relentless and unyielding, surged forth, their cries intertwining with the heartbeat of the city. The crowd gasped as the darkness consumed the general's form, the weight of his arrogance finally catching up with him. The goddess and the Furies stood firm, a powerful reminder that no act of pride could escape the gaze of divine justice. In a shadowy corner of the ancient world, under a heavy cloak of night, whispers of dread and reverence intertwined in a chilling symphony. Flickering torches cast ghostly shadows across the weathered stones of temples dedicated to Nemesis, the goddess of retribution. These sacred sites, adorned with dark sculptures and offerings of despair, pulsed with a strange energy, drawing in those seeking justice or vengeance. Here, amidst the echoes of the past, the air thickened with a sense of righteous foreboding. The temples, built with granite blocks heavy as guilt, stood resolute against time, each stone bearing the weight of countless prayers and sacrifices. They were not merely places of worship. They were sanctuaries of fear and hope. Pilgrims traveled from distant lands, their hearts racing with a blend of desperation and purpose. Some came seeking forgiveness for deeds that haunted their souls, while others hoped to summon the goddess's wrath upon their enemies. The very essence of Nemesis, with her fierce gaze and outstretched wings, lingered in every crack and crevice of these hallowed halls. Rituals took place under the watchful eyes of priests clad in dark robes, their faces hidden beneath veils. They moved through the flickering light, gliding like phantoms, chanting incantations that echoed eerily against the stone walls. The air crackled with tension as offerings were laid bare. A broken heart, a torn letter, the ashes of lost dreams. Each item a testament to human frailty, each sacrifice a desperate plea for balance in a world often tilted toward chaos. In the flickering candlelight, the faithful whispered their sins, their voices trembling. The goddess, fierce and unyielding, demanded honesty. To stand before her altar meant opening the soul to the rawness of regret, laying bare the darkest corners of the heart. Each confession was a thread woven into the tapestry of fate, a delicate balance of sin and retribution, of justice and revenge. Here, one could feel the weight of every choice made, every life altered by the hand of Nemesis. As night deepened, the atmosphere thickened with anticipation. The high priestess, enshrined in a flowing robe of midnight blue, stepped forward. Her voice, commanding yet soothing, filled the temple, reverberating through the very stones. She spoke of the goddess's power, of how Nemesis watched over all who sought her out, ensuring that justice would be meted out with unerring accuracy. The flickering flames danced wildly, casting shadows that seemed to twist and writhe in response to her words. A chill ran through the air, as if the very essence of the goddess were present, breathing life into the stones. The ceremonial dagger, glimmering with a dark allure, was raised high. A collective breath was held as the priests prepared to perform an ancient rite, a powerful offering that would awaken the goddess. The blade gleamed ominously, a reflection of the duality of Nemesis, both protector and punisher. The tension was palpable. The faithful felt the thrill of the unknown washing over them, a rush of adrenaline that mingled with fear. Would they be judged worthy, or would they feel the fierce bite of retribution? Outside, the moon hung low, its silvery light spilling across the landscape like a spilled secret. A procession made its way to the temple, figures cloaked in darkness, each step echoing the burdens they carried. They had come seeking the goddess, but with every footfall, the weight of their intentions pressed down harder. Guilt and fear clung to them like shadows, but hope glimmered in their hearts, that perhaps, just perhaps, they would emerge from the night changed. Inside, the energy intensified as the dagger was plunged into the offerings, a swift and decisive motion. Blood, both literal and metaphorical, flowed, an offering to appease the goddess, to invoke her presence in the midst of the gathering. Gasps filled the room, hearts pounded, and eyes widened as the air crackled with electric potential. It was a moment suspended in time, where fate hung in the balance, where the boundaries between the divine and mortal blurred. The high priestess raised her arms, invoking the name of Nemesis, and the atmosphere shimmered with a strange resonance. Shadows danced wildly, and for a split second, it felt as if the goddess herself had manifested among them. The faithful trembled, a mixture of fear and awe coursing through their veins. They could sense her power, an undeniable force that promised retribution for the wrongs done and the injustices suffered. Each temple held its own stories, etched in the stone and whispered in the wind. Some spoke of the fall of tyrants, the downfall of kings who had strayed from the path of virtue. Others recounted tales of vengeance fulfilled, of enemies brought low by the very justice they sought to deny. There was a certain thrill in the retelling, a resonance of shared belief that coursed through the faithful like electricity. The cult of Nemesis thrived on these stories, binding individuals into a tapestry of shared experiences and collective purpose. Just outside the temple walls, in the cool night air, a figure lingered, cloaked in shadows. The moonlight caught the glint of eyes filled with determination. This was no ordinary pilgrim. This was someone driven by a quest that ran deeper than mere justice. As the sounds of the rituals echoed within the sacred space, the figure took a deep breath, ready to step into the realm of the unknown. With every heartbeat, the goddess beckoned, her call a siren song that reverberated through the ages. The lines between past and present wove tighter, each moment a thread in the intricate tapestry of worship. Within these time-worn temples, the legacy of Nemesis continued to unfold, an unending cycle of devotion, retribution, and the eternal search for balance in a world fraught with shadows. In the thick of twilight, as shadows danced upon ancient stones, the air hummed with a restless energy. A gathering was about to unfold, steeped in whispers of loss, betrayal, and the burning desire for retribution. In forgotten corners of the world, festivals bloomed like dark flowers, each petal a memory of vengeance, aching to be honored and avenged. In the small Italian town of Campobasso, the Festival of the Dead rolled around every year, shrouded in an eerie stillness. Locals dressed in black, their faces painted like the spirits they revered. They carried effigies, ragged and lifeless, representing those who had wronged their ancestors. Lanterns flickered like souls lost in time, illuminating the narrow cobblestone streets. As the night deepened, a haunting melody filled the air, a tune that spoke of retribution and the weight of familial honor. Gasps escaped the lips of the crowd as they moved in sync, a tide of mourners and warriors. The stillness held its breath, anticipating the inevitable clash between the past and the present. In Japan, the Obon festival brought forth spirits from the afterlife, yet it was the ritual of the Yamarabutsu that set hearts racing. As dusk fell, families gathered on sacred mountains, where the cries of vengeance echoed against the ancient trees. Offerings of rice and sake were laid out, not just to honor the dead, but to awaken the long-buried grudges that coursed through their veins. The air crackled with tension as the living called out, invoking the spirits of ancestors wronged, urging them to seek justice from beyond. Candles flickered in the dark, shadows merging, and for a moment, it felt as if the very ground trembled with a long-awaited reckoning. Crossing oceans, the Day of the Dead in Mexico brought forth a vivid tapestry of colors and emotions. Families built altars adorned with marigolds, sugar skulls, and photographs of those who had passed. Yet, as the sun dipped below the horizon, the spirits of the wronged came forth, and the mood shifted. Faces once painted with joy turned somber, tales of betrayal woven into the very fabric of the celebration. The living light candles not just for remembrance, but to send a clarion call for vengeance. The spirits stirred, their whispers intertwining with the wind, urging their kin to seek out those who had dishonored their names. In the heart of the Amazon rainforest, the Yanomami tribe held ceremonies that spoke of vengeance, vibrant and fierce. They painted their bodies with the colors of the earth and called upon the spirits of their ancestors, asking them to lend strength in battles yet to come. Songs of sorrow and anger rang through the trees, echoing the cries of past conflicts. As the night grew darker, the fire blazed higher, illuminating the faces of warriors ready to reclaim honor lost. The jungle held its breath, waiting for the moment when ancient grudges would ignite, and the drums would summon forth the fury of the past. On the windswept plains of Mongolia, the Naadam festival celebrated the warrior spirit, but a darker undertone pulsed beneath the surface. As the wrestlers clashed, the air thickened with the weight of ancestral grievances. Spectators chanted, their voices rising like a storm, invoking the spirits of those who had fallen in battles long ago. It was not just a contest of strength. It was a visceral reminder of the blood spilled upon the earth, a call to avenge those who could not fight for themselves. Each grapple echoed with shared history, and the ground trembled beneath the feet of those who understood that vengeance was as much a part of life as the air they breathed. In the icy expanses of Siberia, the festival of the winter spirits came alive with the crack of birch wood and the scent of smoldering sage. Here, the Chukchi people honored their ancestors, who had faced betrayals and injustices that lingered like frost on the land. As night fell, they gathered around a crackling fire, chanting ancient mantras that spoke of vengeance and justice. With each word, they called upon the spirits not just to remember but to act, to rise against those who had wronged them. The flames danced higher, flickering shadows revealing faces twisted with rage and sorrow, a potent mixture that stirred the very air around them. In India, the festival of Dussehra celebrated the victory of good over evil, but it also ignited whispers of vengeance among the crowds. As effigies of the demon king Ravana burned, the air filled with the scent of scorched wood and the cries of the faithful. Yet lurking beneath the surface was the recognition of old wounds, grievances passed down through generations. As the flames flickered in the dark, the cries for justice mingled with the smoke, a reminder that the cycle of vengeance was never truly broken. The crowd erupted with cheers, but in the shadows, eyes glistened with the knowledge that not all debts were settled. Throughout the valleys of Peru, the Inti Raymi festival honored the sun, but it also served as a backdrop for tales of vengeance etched into the rocks of time. As the sun rose, the people dressed in vivid colors, yet their hearts carried the weight of ancestral battles. Offerings were made to Pachamama, not just for blessings, but as a plea for retribution against those who had wronged their kin. The sun illuminated the faces of the living and the dead alike, binding them together in a shared quest for justice that echoed through the ages. Across the globe, each festival bore witness to the human experience, a tapestry woven with threads of vengeance and honor. In the gathering dark, where sorrow met fury, the essence of these rituals thrived. They spoke of blood ties, ancestral whispers, and the echoing cries of those who had been wronged. Each flicker of a candle, every beating drum, stirred the collective memory, a haunting reminder that vengeance, as much as love or joy, was part of the complex human heart, seeking its rightful place in the world. As the stories unfolded, the celebrations morphed into something more profound, something that held the weight of generations. The air buzzed with anticipation, the promise of retribution shimmering just out of reach. Hearts pounded in rhythm with ancient drums, as the past collided with the present, and the thirst for justice began to swell like a tide, ready to pull all it touched into its depths. In the murky shadows of ancient Rome, where the cobbled streets echoed with the whispers of gods and mortals alike, vengeance simmered like a pot waiting to boil over. It lurked in the hearts of men and women, twisting their fates and sealing their destinies with a relentless grip. Here, beneath the grandeur of marble temples and the laughter of crowded forums, the stories of vengeance pulse with life, each one more gripping than the last. There was the tale of Lucretia, a noblewoman whose beauty shone as brightly as the morning sun. Her life took a dark turn when the lustful Tarquin, a prince with ambition in his heart, invaded her home one fateful night. He silenced her cries for help, and in that moment, the fragile thread of her honor was severed. Lucretia's agony morphed into fury. With a dagger glistening like a star fallen from the heavens, she took her own life, declaring her torment to the world. In her death, she sparked a revolution, igniting the flames of vengeance that burned across Rome. The people, fueled by her sacrifice, rose against tyranny, transforming their grief into a fierce cry for justice. Yet, the echoes of Lucretia's fate did not fade with time. The story of her revenge rippled through generations. The Roman people cast aside their kings, choosing instead a republic born from the ashes of her despair. It was a poignant reminder that vengeance could birth not just destruction, but also hope. Then, there was the chilling legend of Medea, a figure both revered and feared. Though not Roman by birth, her tale was woven into the fabric of their culture. Betrayed by Jason, her once beloved husband, she became a tempest of wrath. In a frenzy, she exacted her revenge, committing unspeakable acts that sent shivers down the spines of those who heard her story. The blood that stained her hands was a stark contrast to the love she once held, and her vengeance left scars on the hearts of many. Like a storm that ravaged a peaceful shore, her actions transformed love into horror and loyalty into betrayal, weaving an intricate tapestry of fear and awe. And what of the Furies, those relentless avengers of wrongs? With serpents entwined in their hair and fire in their eyes, they roamed the earth, seeking out those who had escaped justice. Their shrieks were the cries of the wronged, striking terror into the hearts of murderers, liars, and thieves. It was said that they could smell guilt like a hound on the hunt, and those who wronged others could never find peace. The Furies were a constant reminder that vengeance was woven into the very fabric of human existence, relentless and unforgiving. Amidst these tales, the story of Orestes stands out, a haunting narrative of familial betrayal and the quest for justice. Driven mad by the ghost of his father, Agamemnon, Orestes found himself embroiled in a web of vengeance that ensnared his soul. He was compelled to kill his own mother, Clytemnestra, the architect of his father's murder. The act was heavy with sorrow and fury, echoing through the ages as a chilling testament to the power of revenge. As Orestes fled from the Furies, who pursued him with unyielding vengeance, the tension escalated, each heartbeat resonating with the weight of his actions. The lines between justice and madness blurred, leaving him trapped in a cycle that seemed impossible to escape. In the streets of Rome, tales of vengeance spread like wildfire, igniting discussions in the bustling marketplaces and echoing through the grand halls of power. The story of the Gracchi brothers, Tiberius and Gaius, unfolded like a dark prophecy. Their vision for reform to help the common people was met with fierce opposition by the powerful elite. As they fought for the rights of the oppressed, the flames of vengeance flickered in the eyes of the ruling class. Ultimately, the brothers paid the price for their ideals, their blood staining the very ground they sought to protect. Their legacy became a beacon for future generations, igniting the fires of revolution and change, even as it painted a stark picture of the brutal price of vengeance. And as the tales continued to weave through the hearts of the Roman people, the story of the Vestal Virgins came alive in hushed whispers. These priestesses, sworn to chastity and service, held power beyond measure. Yet betrayal lurked in the shadows. When one Vestal broke her vow, the consequences were dire. The goddess Vesta demanded justice. The traitor was buried alive, a chilling reminder of the wrath that vengeance could unleash. This act sent ripples of fear throughout the city, demonstrating that even the most sacred could fall victim to the relentless pursuit of revenge. As the moon cast its silver light upon Rome, the stories of vengeance intertwined with the very essence of the city. The influence of the gods was ever present, their whims shaping the destinies of mortals. In the story of Aeneas, the Trojan hero, who found himself in Italy, the longing for vengeance became a powerful motivator. His journey was fraught with challenges as he sought to fulfill his destiny, igniting conflicts that would reverberate throughout history. Each battle fought was a step towards retribution, a pledge to honor the fallen and reclaim lost glory from the ashes of destruction. With each tale, the air thickened with tension, weaving a complex narrative that bound the threads of love, loss, and vengeance into an intricate tapestry. Time and again, these stories echoed the sentiments of the people, reflecting their deepest fears and desires. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting shadows across the 7 hills of Rome, the stories lingered in the minds of the listeners, their hearts racing with each twist and turn of fate. In the end, no one could escape the grasp of vengeance. It was a haunting melody, a persistent echo that demanded to be heard. Each story was a fragment of a larger narrative, threading the past into the present, creating a compelling saga that would never truly end. The myths of revenge beckoned, a continuous cycle of emotion and intensity, waiting to be told again and again, as if the spirits of those wronged still roamed the streets, whispering their tales to anyone who dared to listen. In the shadowy corners of ancient Rome, the air was thick with the scent of danger and betrayal. It buzzed with unspoken words, simmering tensions, and whispers of retribution that danced like ghosts among the marble columns. The Senate, a grand edifice of power and politics, was more than just a place where laws were debated. It was a stage for a powerful, cruel spectacle where vengeance played a leading role, shaping destinies and altering the course of history itself. The Senate, an ornate setting of splendor, was often transformed into a cauldron of animosity. Senators, draped in togas, exchanged glances that could ignite a firestorm of wrath. In this world, a mere slight could transform an ally into an enemy, and vengeance was the currency that drove the ambitious. It was a place where the stakes were deadly high, where whispers of betrayal could lead to bloodshed. The tale of Gaius Julius Caesar and his rise to ultimate power is woven with threads of vengeance as tightly as it is with ambition. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the forum, the atmosphere was electric. Senators gathered, their hearts pounding with rage and regret over the latest betrayals. The air crackled with the tension of retribution. Caesar, a master of manipulation, navigated these treacherous waters with a blend of grace and ferocity. He had enemies aplenty, men who once called him friend, now plotting his downfall, their hearts hardened like stone. But vengeance was a double-edged sword. Every action had consequences, and Caesar was all too aware of the volatility of alliances. The story of Clodius Pulcher serves as a poignant reminder of vengeance's tight grip on Roman politics. Clodius, a populist firebrand, had a vendetta against the established order. His ambition knew no bounds, and he wasn't afraid to act on it. The night he infiltrated the sacred rites of the Bona Dei, it unleashed a storm that would echo throughout the Senate. His audacity sparked outrage, and the ensuing fallout was nothing short of explosive. Vengeance became a weapon wielded by both sides, with the prominent Cicero rising up to confront Clodius. Words turned to threats, threats to violence, and soon, the streets of Rome ran red with the blood of those caught in the crossfire of vengeance. The public responded with fervor, their emotions boiling over as they chose sides. Every riot, every clash echoed the ancient principle of an eye for an eye. The streets were not just battlegrounds for the elite. They were stages for the very soul of Rome, where vengeance rallied the people. The tension pierced the air, electrifying the atmosphere, igniting passions that were as ancient as the stones beneath their feet. The political landscape shifted rapidly, and with each act of vengeance, the foundations of friendship crumbled. When Pompey's power began to wane, a cold fire of vengeance sparked within Caesar. The former allies, now bitter enemies, orchestrated a series of moves that would culminate in a battle that changed everything. On the eve of battle, the air was heavy with the weight of vengeance, an inescapable force that whispered promises of blood, power, and retribution. There was no turning back, and the consequences would ripple through history. The assassination of Julius Caesar is perhaps the apex of vengeance in Roman politics. On the Ides of March, the air was thick with foreboding. Senators gathered, knives hidden beneath their togas, their hearts racing with the thrill of betrayal. It was not merely the act of killing a man who had come to embody power. It was the culmination of years of grievances, slights, and calculated moves. The conspirators felt righteous, their vengeance justified, believing they were saving the Republic. But in that moment, they unleashed a wave of chaos that would engulf Rome. When Caesar fell, the echoes of his last words, "Et tu, Brute," were heard not just as a lament for lost friendship, but as a chilling reminder of how treachery and vengeance could intertwine, forever altering the fabric of Roman society. His blood stained the Senate floor, a stark reminder that in this game of power, vengeance had no limits, no boundaries. The city, once a thriving republic, teetered on the brink of disarray. In the aftermath, the air was thick with uncertainty. Antony and Octavian, driven by their own thirst for vengeance and power, plunged Rome into a deeper abyss. They harnessed the public's outrage and grief, fanning the flames of vengeance until they burned bright enough to consume everything. The streets were alive with fervor, as cries for justice echoed through the night. Loyalties switched, alliances shattered, and vengeance became the heartbeat of the city. The once stalwart republic slipped into chaos, consumed by the very vengeance that had once been a tool of the powerful. As the dust settled, power shifted, but vengeance lingered in the air like a restless spirit. The legacy of those tumultuous moments echoed through time, shaping the very essence of Roman politics. Each act of retribution left an indelible mark, shaping the ambitions of future leaders. The pursuit of vengeance became a lesson, a haunting reminder of how it could either elevate one to greatness or drag them into the depths of despair. In this world, vengeance was not just an act. It was a living, breathing force that guided decisions, swayed public opinion, and determined who would rise and who would fall. It was a relentless pursuit that fed on ambition, turning friends into foes and foes into legends. For every act of revenge, there was a story intertwined with the fabric of history, each moment leading to the next in a never-ending cycle of power, betrayal, and vengeance. As the sun began to rise over the ruins of the Senate, casting a golden glow on the blood-stained stones, the city held its breath, unaware of the next chapter unfolding. Vengeance, with its relentless grip, continued to weave its complex web, ready to ensnare the next unsuspecting soul, ensuring that the pulse of Roman politics would always beat strong with the echoes of retribution. Beneath the flickering glow of oil lamps, the Roman Forum pulsed with whispers, the air thick with anticipation and unrelenting tension. It was a place where the embers of anger ignited the flames of vengeance, and every shadow seemed to hold a story of betrayal and retribution. In this bustling heart of Rome, the clash of ideals echoed, reverberating off ancient stone, where the wounds of yesterday often dictated the actions of today. Lucius, a young man with fiery eyes and a heart full of resentment, stood at the edge of a crowd. His mind was a storm, thoughts swirling like the leaves caught in the autumn winds. Days earlier, his brother had been mercilessly wronged, robbed not just of his possessions but stripped of his dignity. The memory of that fateful encounter burned in Lucius's mind, a relentless reminder that honor in Rome was not merely a word. It was a life force. To lose it was to lose everything. Vengeance, in Roman thought, was more than a personal affair. It was a matter of public honor and familial duty. As Lucius listened to the fervent speeches of the orators, he felt the electric thrill of shared outrage. Their words danced through the air, igniting a sense of solidarity, an unshakable bond among the citizens who had all tasted the bitter fruit of betrayal. Each expression of anger was like a brushstroke on a grand canvas of collective emotion. Pain, outrage, and the burning desire to retaliate. Yet, beneath this fervor lay an unsettling truth. The Romans believed that vengeance could consume a man, wrapping him in a cloak of obsession from which there was no escape. It was a dual-edged sword. Lucius's heart raced as he contemplated this. Would he become a hero by avenging his brother? Or would he plunge into a spiral of destruction that would claim his own soul? The line between justice and revenge blurred ominously. In the cool night air, the flickering torches cast long shadows, and Lucius could almost see the specter of his brother, urging him to act. The ancient Romans believed that vengeance was driven by a primal force, a deep-seated need for balance in a world skewed by cruelty. It wasn't just about personal loss. It was about restoring a cosmic order disrupted by wrongdoing. Lucius felt the weight of that belief pressing down on him, a calling that was hard to resist. As he walked through the throngs of people, Lucius's thoughts drifted to the ancient tales of legendary figures, like Brutus, who had avenged his father's death and earned a place in history. The stories whispered of glory, of being remembered forever, yet they were also stained with the blood of countless souls who had chased vengeance to their graves. The idea that revenge could elevate a man, but also drag him into darkness, posed a question that shook him to his core. His mind raced back to his father's teachings. Honor is like a flame. It can warm you or burn you. The echoes of that phrase reverberated through the halls of his memory. Would he keep the flame alive or let it scorch him beyond recognition? Lucius clenched his fists, feeling the sharp sting of emotion course through him. The world around him blurred, and he was left with a singular, gnawing question. What was the cost of vengeance? The forum buzzed with excitement, the murmurs of the crowd rising and falling like the tide. But Lucius was lost in thought, the weight of the decision before him heavy in the air. Every heartbeat drummed out the same relentless rhythm. Avenge his brother, reclaim his honor. It was intoxicating, this heady mix of outrage and desire. And in that moment, he felt the heady allure of vengeance wrap around him like a lover's embrace. Yet, the flicker of doubt remained, like a candle struggling against the dark. Would he be applauded, or would he become just another victim of the cycle of vengeance? The very thought sent a shiver down his spine. Roman society, with its intricate web of relationships and honor codes, dictated that vengeance was often seen as a necessary evil, a means to restore balance. But the cost of that balance could be steep. As Lucius contemplated his next steps, he caught sight of a figure moving through the crowd, a man whose face was etched with the marks of regret and fury. It was Gaius, the very man responsible for his brother's suffering. The sight of him ignited a fire within Lucius, a raw, primal urge to confront the man who had caused so much pain. But even as that fire burned, it flickered uncertainly, caught between the thrill of retribution and the fear of losing himself in the process. In the cacophony of voices, Lucius felt his pulse quicken. The gravity of the moment threatened to pull him under. All around him, men and women spoke of honor, justice, and the rightful claim to vengeance. Each word resonated with a deep-seated belief that vengeance was a necessary part of existence, a way to confront the chaos of the world. But with each heartbeat, Lucius was reminded of the price one pays when revenge becomes the sole purpose of life. The Romans understood this truth all too well. as history was riddled with tales of noble men who fell victim to their own thirst for revenge. Would he join their ranks, or would he carve out a different path, one that led away from despair? The crowd surged and swelled, the energy crackling like lightning, and Lucius felt the tension rise to a breaking point. He was standing on the edge, teetering between the intoxicating allure of vengeance and the haunting echoes of the past. The voices of the forum faded into a low hum, and in that moment, he realized that the choice before him was not just about his brother, but about who he would become and what legacy he would leave behind. As Gaius moved closer, Lucius's heart raced. The moment of truth had arrived, and with it came the weight of 1,000 emotions: fear, anger, vengeance, and a flicker of hope. It was at this juncture that the story of revenge and its consequences spiraled into an intricate dance of fate, leaving the crowd unaware that history was about to pivot upon the actions of one man standing on the brink of a decision that would echo through the annals of time. In the flickering shadows of ancient Greece, where the flick of a toga and the clink of a wine cup echoed through marble halls, a chilling whisper lingered. Justice was not merely a concept. It was a living entity, waiting to pounce on the unsuspecting, a predator in a world rife with deceit. In this land of gods and men, two formidable forces emerged from the depths of despair: Nemesis, the goddess of retribution, and the Furies, fearsome avengers cloaked in darkness, with serpents entwined in their hair, embodying the wrath of the wronged. The sun dipped low, casting an eerie glow over the city of Athens. Streets once filled with laughter echoed with murmurs of betrayal. Among the citizens, a sense of unease festered like an open wound. They had witnessed too many injustices go unpunished. The wealthy feasted while the poor starved, and the cries of the oppressed rose like smoke into a sky that turned a deaf ear. It was during such a tense moment that Nemesis lingered, a silent observer with a piercing gaze that could strip a man of his bravado. In a remote corner of the city, a man named Lysander sat brooding. Once a noble figure, he now found himself tangled in a web of his own making. His heart raced as he remembered the game he played, the faces of those he had wronged flashing before him like shadows in a nightmare. The weight of his choices bore down on him, but he could not shake the feeling that retribution was out there, lurking. He could almost hear the soft, sinister whispers of the Furies, beckoning him into the night. Meanwhile, the Furies stirred. They were not mere mythical creatures. They were the embodiment of the dark emotions that festered within the hearts of mortals. Their eyes shone with a fierce light, burning with the intensity of countless wrongs left unaddressed. One of them, Tisiphone, the avenger of murder, descended to the earth to unearth the sins of those who believed they could escape the consequences of their actions. She moved like a wraith through the alleys, her presence chilling the air as she sought out those whose deeds dripped with cruelty. The tension in the city thickened as a tempest approached. It wasn't a storm of nature, but one born from the anguish of countless souls. As night fell, the cries of the innocent and the whispers of the guilty filled the air, swirling together in a cacophony that would not be ignored. The very essence of justice was stirring, and the balance was about to tip. Nemesis watched with a knowing smile, her expression a mix of pity and resolve. She had witnessed the rise and fall of empires, the eternal struggle between power and humility. Each act of injustice had a price, and she was here to collect. She relished the anticipation, knowing that the wheel of fate was turning, and soon it would crush those who had wronged others without remorse. Just as a lion waits for the opportune moment to pounce on its prey, she poised herself for the unfolding drama, her heart beating in sync with the rhythm of the universe. As the night grew darker, Lysander wandered through the marketplace, haunted by the specters of his past. The laughter of children felt like daggers to his heart, and the sight of a beggar with hollow eyes tore at his already frayed conscience. It was then that he sensed it. A shiver ran down his spine, a knowing that he was being watched. Shadows danced around him, and the feeling of dread took root in his chest. At that moment, Tisiphone emerged from the darkness, her voice a chilling melody that echoed in the silence. "Lysander," she intoned, her words dripping with the weight of countless grievances. "Do you feel the blood on your hands? The echoes of your desolation haunt the earth, and the cries of the innocent demand justice. Her presence enveloped him, suffocating yet intoxicating, a blend of fear and an inexplicable thrill. Lysander stumbled back, eyes wide with terror. "What do you want from me?" he gasped, the realization sinking in that there was no escape from the reckoning that awaited him. He had thought himself untouchable, cloaked in the armor of his wealth and status, but now he was bare, stripped of all illusions. "Your time has come," Tisiphone whispered, her voice both a warning and a promise. "The scales of justice shall be balanced. With each act of cruelty, a debt is incurred. And now, the Furies shall reclaim what is theirs." Her words echoed like a drumbeat, resonating through Lysander's mind, igniting a fire of panic within him. Meanwhile, Nemesis hovered like a storm cloud over the city, her heart racing with anticipation. She felt the shift in the atmosphere, a palpable sense of reckoning that coursed through the streets. The cries of the oppressed became louder, each echo a reminder that justice was not a distant hope but a near certainty. The Furies, her fierce allies, were ready to unleash their wrath on the unrepentant. As the clock struck midnight, the air crackled with energy. The Furies emerged in full force, their presence felt in every corner of Athens. They soared through the city like harbingers of doom, seeking not just retribution but the restoration of balance. With every step, they unleashed the fury of the wronged, the pain of the forgotten, and the wrath of those who had suffered in silence. Lysander, trapped in his own turmoil, felt the weight of the world upon him. He could hear the faint whispers of the Furies, their voices rising like a chilling wind, growing nearer with each heartbeat. No longer could he ignore the consequences of his actions. The past had returned to claim him, and in that moment, he understood that justice was not just an abstract ideal but a fierce force that would stop at nothing to reclaim what was owed. The city held its breath as the Furies descended, and with them, the promise of reckoning. The streets became a battleground for justice, a tableau where sins would be laid bare and the truth would shine through the darkness. And as the first cries of retribution echoed through the night, the stage was set for the eternal dance of justice and vengeance, where no soul could escape the reckoning that awaited. In the bustling streets of ancient Rome, where the sun cast long shadows over cobblestone paths, a whisper of vengeance hung heavy in the air, igniting the hearts of those who dared to dream of power. Women, often relegated to the shadows, were beginning to stir, a force unshackled and relentless. The tales of their defiance, wrapped in secrecy and strength, resonated through the annals of history, echoing the very pulse of a society on the brink of transformation. As the sun dipped low, casting a crimson hue across the Tiber River, the story of a woman named Lucretia ignited flames of change. Her beauty was matched only by her bravery, yet it was her tragic fate that would spark a collective fury among women in Rome. The night was still, but inside the walls of her home, darkness brewed. When the noble Tarquin, driven by desire and entitlement, violated her sanctity, it was not just Lucretia who suffered in silence. Her scream reverberated through the hearts of every woman who had ever felt the cold grip of oppression. Infuriated and heartbroken, Lucretia took her life, a tragic act that transformed her into a martyr, a symbol of feminine vengeance. The moment she fell lifeless to the floor marked a pivotal point in Roman history. Her blood soaked the earth, a potent reminder of the price of subjugation that would awaken the spirit of rebellion in those who followed. The very fabric of society began to fray, as whispers of her story spread through the marble halls of power, igniting the embers of a revolution. Across the city, women gathered in hushed tones, their eyes alight with a mix of grief and determination. They spoke of Lucretia as if she were more than a woman. She had become a catalyst, a call to arms. No longer would they remain trapped in the gilded cages that men constructed. Their voices, once drowned by the political clamor of the Senate, began to rise, slow and steady, like the tide reclaiming the shore. Among these voices was the fierce and cunning Julia, a woman of sharp wit and an even sharper tongue. She had watched the political machinations of men with disdain, recognizing that power was not merely to be inherited but seized. Julia's father, a senator, often grumbled about the influence of women, but she had learned to cloak her ambitions in the guise of obedience. However, behind closed doors, she plotted. The injustice of Lucretia's fate stirred something primal within her, an unquenchable thirst for vengeance. One moonlit night, Julia invited a circle of like-minded women to her home, the flickering candlelight casting eerie shadows on the walls. They spoke of their desires, their grievances, and their shared resolve. In their hearts, a plan began to take shape, one that would shake the foundations of Rome. It was fueled by the stories of those who came before them, women like Cornelia, the mother of the Gracchi, whose legacy of defiance and strength inspired generations. But the path to vengeance was fraught with danger. The men of power, fearing the rising tide of female strength, grew paranoid and ruthless. Rumors spread like wildfire, and women were hunted for their whispers of rebellion. Yet, even in peril, Julia remained undeterred. Each passing day strengthened her resolve, turning her grief into a weapon, her anger into a rallying cry. She became a figure of fear and fascination, gathering followers who hungered for change. As winter approached, the air grew heavy with tension. The Senate, once an impenetrable fortress of male dominance, now felt the tremors of dissent. Julia's band of women, clad in simple garments yet exuding an aura of defiance, infiltrated the very heart of power. They would not strike with swords but with their voices, demanding justice, demanding a seat at the table. The men who once dismissed them as mere shadows now found themselves haunted by the echoes of their words. One fateful day, as the Senate convened, Julia stood before the assembly, her heart pounding like a war drum. The marble columns towered above her, a reminder of the patriarchal structures that had long silenced dissent. With a voice that cut through the air like a blade, she proclaimed the injustices suffered by women, wielding Lucretia's name like a battle standard. Gasps filled the chamber as her words ignited a fire in the hearts of those who had long remained passive. The men, once so secure in their power, faltered, their eyes betraying a flicker of fear. Yet, with every action there is a reaction. The elite, threatened by this uprising, sought to quash the movement before it could spread like wildfire. They plotted and schemed, unleashing their own brand of vengeance against the women who dared to challenge them. Julia knew the stakes were high, but the thought of retreat was more terrifying than facing the lion's den. In the shadows, the whispers of revenge grew louder. The women, united under Julia's fierce leadership, became a force to be reckoned with. They began to rally the people of Rome, weaving tales of their struggles into a tapestry of shared experience. Each story, laden with pain and hope, drew more allies to their cause. Men who, too, were weary of the suffocating grip of tyranny. As tensions escalated, the city buzzed like a hornet's nest. The Senate, once a bastion of power, began to feel the tremors of an uprising that threatened to upend everything they held dear. The stage was set for a confrontation that would forever mark the pages of history. A clash not just of arms, but of ideals, as women stood on the precipice of change, ready to reclaim their narrative. With each heartbeat, the air grew thicker with anticipation, the ground beneath them trembling as a new era beckoned. The world of Rome, always teetering on the edge of chaos, now stood poised on the brink of a revolution that would redefine power itself. As the sun dipped below the horizon, a new light flickered on the horizon, a light born of vengeance, resilience, and a fierce determination that could no longer be contained. In the dim light of an ancient Roman tavern, a flickering candle cast shadows on the weary faces of those gathered within. The air crackled with tension, a palpable energy that thrummed through the room as the tales of vengeance were told with hushed whispers and fervent gestures. Each story hung like a heavy curtain, waiting to be pulled back, revealing the complexities and transformations that vengeance underwent in a society grappling with its own shifting values. As the storyteller regaled his audience with tales of blood feuds and personal vendettas, he painted a picture of a world where honor was everything, where the line between justice and retribution was as thin as the edge of his ornate dagger. The Romans, with their fierce pride and unwavering loyalty, found solace in the notion of vengeance, a righting of wrongs that had been committed against them. In those moments, vengeance tasted sweet, like the finest wine, intoxicating and heady. Yet, lurking beneath the surface was a tension that began to change the very fabric of their society. In this tumultuous era, the echo of the past still whispered in the ears of the living. Stories of ancient battles, of fierce gladiators and cunning strategists, shaped the psyche of a people steeped in the traditions of blood and honor. But as the empire expanded, so too did the definitions of justice and revenge. The echoes of vengeance became more than just personal grievances. They morphed into something grander, more profound. Vengeance transformed from the act of an individual into a collective sentiment, entwined with the empire's identity. The bustling streets of Rome were filled with the noise of merchants hawking their wares, the laughter of children playing, and the cries of the wounded. Each corner turned revealed the stark reality of a society on the brink of change. As politicians and philosophers began to ponder the true meaning of justice, the old ways of vengeance began to clash with new ideas of mercy and law. The desire for retribution still simmered, but it was now intertwined with the concepts of fairness and equity. The Romans wrestled with these two competing notions, as the bitter taste of blood rivaled the refreshing promise of justice. Within the grand halls of power, debates raged like storms on the sea. Senators stood before their peers, voices raised, arguing the merits of vengeance as a tool of governance. To some, it was a necessary evil, a way to maintain order and instill fear among the populace. Others warned against its dangers, pointing to the chaos that personal vendettas could unleash if allowed to fester unchecked. The tension was electric, crackling through the marble columns and gilded ceilings, as the people of Rome grappled with their identity in a world that was rapidly changing around them. In the shadows of these debates, the common man felt the weight of this transformation. A soldier returning from battle bore the scars of not just physical wounds, but also the emotional residue of vengeance, of friends lost and enemies dispatched. He thought of the oaths he had sworn, the blood he had avenged. But now, whispers of a new way emerged, a call for justice not marked by bloodshed, but by the law. His heart pounded in his chest as he walked the streets, unsure if he should cling to the old ways or embrace the new. The ghosts of his fallen comrades haunted him, their whispers mingling with the cries of those who sought peace. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of indigo and gold, the amphitheater came alive with the roar of the crowd. Gladiators, adorned in armor and sweat, prepared to face one another in a dance of life and death. This spectacle was not only a brutal display of vengeance, but also a reflection of the societal shift taking place. The audience cheered for blood, for triumph, but beneath the frenzied shouts lay a deeper yearning, a desire for justice that the arena could not truly fulfill. In the clash of swords, the crowd saw not just vengeance, but a longing for connection, for understanding amid the chaos of their lives. As the final blow was struck and the fallen gladiator lay still, a hush fell over the roaring audience. In that moment, a realization dawned on them. Vengeance, once seen as a clear-cut path to honor and satisfaction, now shimmered with the complexities of morality and consequence. The thrill of retribution gave way to the haunting understanding that every act of violence was a stone cast into a still pond, rippling out to affect all in its wake. And so, the Romans stood at a crossroads, their hearts heavy with the weight of their choices. The transformation of vengeance was far from complete, but the seeds of change had been sown deep within the soil of their culture. Each whispered story of retribution now carried with it the burden of consequence, a reminder that the thirst for vengeance could just as easily lead to devastation as to satisfaction. The city of Rome continued to breathe, a living tapestry of emotions, contradictions, and unyielding spirit. As the tavern doors swung open, the conversation spilled out into the night, intertwining with the sound of laughter and the clinking of cups. The air was thick with possibility, as the transformation of vengeance set the stage for a new chapter that was yet to be written. A chapter that would challenge the very foundations of what it meant to seek justice in a world fraught with uncertainty and change. In this dynamic flux, The ancient empire held its breath, poised on the brink of a future that could redefine them all. In the shadow of ancient Rome, the air shimmered with tension, a palpable energy that crackled like lightning before a storm. It was a city that thrived on power, a pulse of ambition coursing through its cobbled streets, where justice was a double-edged sword, often wielded by those who understood the hunger for revenge. The Furies, those vengeful spirits of mythology, hovered just above the fray, their dark forms a reminder of the thin line between righteousness and retaliation. The Furies emerged from the depths of a world where the cries of the wronged echoed through the temples and marketplaces. These were not mere figments of imagination, but manifestations of pain and suffering, their presence a grim reminder that every unjust act would find its reckoning. Their eyes burned with an unquenchable fire, seeking to right the wrongs inflicted upon the innocent. They were the embodiment of vengeance, striking with a fury that no law could contain. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden hue over the forum, the echoes of a trial rang out in the grand hall. A man stood accused, the weight of his sins hanging over him like a black cloud. The air was thick with an anticipation that suffocated the onlookers, their eyes darting between the judge's gavel and the faces of the jurors, each one battling with their own inner demons. Would they seek justice, or would they succumb to the allure of revenge? A murmur rippled through the crowd as a woman, cloaked in shadows, stepped forth. Her name was Vengeance, her heart a storm. She represented those who had been wronged, a voice for the silenced. As she spoke, her words dripped with emotion, weaving a tale that captured the hearts and minds of the listeners. Every syllable resonated, stirring the blood of the crowd as they recalled their own scars, their own grievances. Deep within, they too felt the pull of the Furies, urging them to confront the darkness that lay dormant, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. But within this charged atmosphere, the principles of Roman law stood as a formidable force. It was a system built on reason, striving to separate justice from the chaos of primal instincts. The law aimed to temper the fires of anger, to channel the cries for vengeance into something more constructive. Yet, the question lingered like a shadow. Could law ever truly satisfy the deep, gnawing hunger for revenge that thrummed in the hearts of so many? As the trial progressed, the tension mounted. The accused man, once a respected member of society, now stood at the mercy of those he had wronged. Faces twisted in anger, some suffused with tears, others shimmering with a cruel satisfaction as they envisioned his punishment. In the depths of their hearts, they knew retaliation could provide a momentary thrill, a fleeting taste of justice wrapped in the cloak of revenge. But would that thrill be enough to quiet the furies that haunted their dreams? The judge, a stoic figure draped in a toga, raised his hand, demanding silence. The crowd fell still, holding their breath as they awaited the verdict. The tension was unbearable, a tightrope between right and wrong. In the charged air, the whispers of the Furies grew louder, urging the crowd to unleash their fury. Would they embrace the wrath of the Furies, or would they find solace in the rigid arms of the law? A heartbeat passed. Then, the gavel struck like thunder, reverberating through the chamber, a declaration of guilt. Gasps erupted, a wave of shock rippling through the assembly. Those who had longed for justice felt a bitter taste of satisfaction mixed with fear. The Furies, unseen but felt, danced in delight, their whispers echoing in the minds of the jurors. The man was to be punished, but as the sentence was declared, the question loomed larger than ever. Was this justice, or simply revenge masked as law? In the streets outside, a different kind of tension simmered. The news spread like wildfire, igniting the passions of those who felt betrayed by the system. They gathered in the shadows, their voices rising in a chorus of anger, calling for blood, demanding more than the law could ever provide. They spoke of the Furies, invoking their names as if to summon them into the fray, believing that only through revenge could true justice be served. As night fell, the streets transformed into a battleground of emotions, where the cries for justice collided with the thirst for revenge. The Furies were not mere myth. They were alive in the hearts of the people, taking form in their rage and despair. In every whispered plan, In every clenched fist, the spirits of vengeance grew stronger, drawing in the passionate souls who felt the weight of injustice on their shoulders. It was in this chaotic dance that the essence of Roman law was challenged. Could it withstand the onslaught of raw human emotion? Could it quell the storm raging within the hearts of those wronged? As the moon cast a silver sheen over the city, a chilling realization dawned. The line between justice and revenge was not just blurred. It was tattered, frayed at the edges, threatening to unravel at any moment. And so, beneath the watchful gaze of the Furies, the stage was set for a confrontation that would shake the very foundations of Roman society. The whispers of the people echoed through the streets, a haunting melody of vengeance and justice intertwined, waiting for the moment when the scales would tip and the true nature of retribution would be revealed. The night pulsed with anticipation, a heartbeat echoing the struggles of humanity, driven by the primal urge for righting the wrongs, for finding peace in a world where the Furies roamed freely, their thirst unquenched. The flickering torchlight cast long shadows on the damp stone walls of the temple, where whispers of despair mingled with the scent of incense. Here, in the twilight of an era, the followers of Nemesis gathered, their eyes reflecting a blend of hope and uncertainty. Once, they stood in fervent devotion, believing the goddess of retribution would shield them from the injustices of life. But like the waning light, their faith was beginning to dim. Around the altar, the air was thick with the weight of change. The once vibrant chants that echoed through the halls like thunder now faltered, replaced by murmurs of doubt. Men and women, once steadfast believers, began to question the very essence of their faith. The cult had woven itself into the fabric of society, a bastion of order in a world rife with chaos. Yet, as the winds of change swept across the land, it became clear that Nemesis was no longer the fierce protector she once had been. The decline had been gradual, like the slow dripping of water from a leaky roof, unnoticed at first but eventually pooling into a flood of discontent. The rise of philosophical thought began to chip away at the foundations of the cult's belief system. Stoicism and Epicureanism, with their emphasis on reason and personal happiness, offered a stark contrast to the fear-driven adherence to Nemesis. People yearned for reasons rather than myths, for answers that soothed their troubled minds rather than fueled their fears. The allure of these new ideas spread like wildfire, igniting a longing for a different kind of solace, one that was no longer tethered to the vengeful gaze of a deity. Each temple visit became a silent struggle. The once animated priests, dressed in flowing robes, now stood ghostly pale, their voices quavering as they recited the sacred texts. The stories of Nemesis, rich with vengeance and justice, began to resonate less and less with a populace growing weary of punishment. Faces once alight with fervor now wore expressions of doubt and confusion. "Why must retribution be our only hope?" they whispered among themselves, glancing around as if the goddess herself might hear them. In the marketplace, the decline rippled further. Merchants who had once offered sacrifices to the goddess for good fortune now found themselves turning toward the gods of prosperity and abundance. The economy was shifting. People wanted security more than vengeance. As the fear of Nemesis faded, a new aspiration took root: the pursuit of happiness. The bustling crowds no longer sought retribution for wrongs, but rather the sweet taste of success and joy in their daily lives. However, the goddess had not been entirely abandoned. There remained echoes of her power, lingering like the last notes of a haunting melody. Those who clung to the old ways spoke of the dangers of abandoning Nemesis, warning of chaos that would consume the land. Without justice, there is no order, they insisted, eyes wide with the fervor of their conviction. But the warnings fell on deaf ears, drowned out by the laughter and banter of those who felt liberated from the cult's grip. As the years passed, the temples became mausoleums of a bygone era, abandoned to the creeping vines and dust of neglect. The fervent prayers of the faithful turned into distant memories, and the once thrumming heart of the cult slowed to a weary pulse. The flickering flames that once symbolized life and devotion now flickered like dying stars, casting shadows of the past onto the walls of history. In clandestine meetings, the remnants of the cult still gathered, their numbers dwindling but their spirits unyielding. They spoke in hushed tones of the good old days when the goddess answered their prayers, when her wrath was feared and respected. But even these meetings felt more like a funeral dirge than a celebration of faith. Skepticism crept into their discussions, and new ideas whispered like ghosts at the edges of their minds. Was there really a divine balance in the universe? Or was it simply a construct of their imaginations? The effects of the decline rippled outward, influencing every facet of their lives. Marriages grew strained as partners found themselves torn between faith and newfound philosophies. Families split apart, allegiances shifting like the sands of time. Siblings no longer shared the same beliefs, and arguments erupted over the dinner table, where once there had been unity. The decline of the cult of Nemesis was not just a spiritual collapse. It became a societal fracture, breaking bonds that had once held communities together. Yet, in the midst of this turmoil, a silent storm brewed. As faith dwindled, new movements began to rise. A call for unity, for a new kind of justice not rooted in vengeance but in compassion and understanding, began to resonate with the people. Ideas that sought to uplift and empower rather than punish took hold, sending tremors through the remnants of the cult. The followers of Nemesis, now shadows of their former selves, found themselves at a crossroads. Would they cling to their fading faith, or would they embrace the unknown future? The tension crackled in the air, thick and palpable. As the last vestiges of worship faded, the question lingered: what would replace the void left by the decline of Nemesis? Would a new order emerge, or would the world spiral into chaos without the guiding hand of retribution? The flickering torches danced nervously, as if sensing the impending storm of change. In that moment, as the last prayers were whispered into the darkness, a profound realization settled over the gathering. Sometimes, the most terrifying form of justice is not the swift hand of a vengeful goddess, but the quiet awakening of a populace seeking something far greater. The air was thick with tension, a palpable energy that coursed through the marble halls of ancient Rome. On the walls, images flickered to life, moments of fury and heartbreak frozen in time, each telling a story of vengeance as old as the empire itself. A chilling scene unfolded as spectators gazed upon the striking depictions of retribution, each brushstroke a reminder of the cost of betrayal and the depths of human emotion. In one corner, a powerful piece captured the moment when Medea, her eyes wild and piercing, stood over the lifeless body of her children, a haunting testament to the fury of a scorned woman. Her grief morphed into rage, an emotion so raw that the canvas seemed to pulse with her heartbeat. The onlookers, spellbound, felt the weight of her sorrow, a shared anguish that transcended time. Why did she choose vengeance over healing? The question lingered, heavy in the air. Nearby, another wall displayed the infamous tale of Orestes, a young man tormented by the shadows of his family. The artist had crafted a scene of chaos, Orestes poised to exact revenge on his mother, Clytemnestra, for the murder of his father. The tension in the air thickened as the audience imagined the moment before the blade found its mark. Was this justice or madness? The lines blurred, and the viewers found themselves grappling with the righteousness of vengeance. In that moment, an elderly man in the crowd began to tremble. Memories of his own losses flickered across his mind, memories of betrayal and unfulfilled love. He could feel the pain of Orestes and Medea, the ache of their hearts resonating with his own. The vibrant colors of the fresco burned into his soul, drawing out emotions long buried. It felt as if the very spirits of vengeance and tragedy had descended upon the gallery, urging him to confront his demons. The artists of Rome wielded their tools like weapons, capturing the complexities of vengeance with astounding clarity. A massive statue of the goddess Nemesis loomed above, her expression a mixture of stern resolve and unyielding justice. Her wings seemed to unfurl, as if ready to take flight into the hearts of those who dared to wrong others. Those who stood beneath her gaze felt the chill of her presence, an unspoken reminder that no act went unpunished. The stories told through art became warnings, lessons carved in stone and paint for all to witness. Yet not all stories of vengeance were steeped in tragedy. In one gallery, A lighter piece showcased the humorous antics of a trickster god, his pranks often leading to unintended consequences for those who crossed him. Laughter rippled through the crowd, a release of tension that momentarily lightened the atmosphere. However, even in humor, the underlying theme of retribution persisted. The audience recognized that vengeance could wear many faces, sometimes playful, sometimes deadly, but it was a thread that tied the fabric of society together. As the evening wore on, the paintings began to meld into a tapestry of conflicting emotions. A towering mural depicted the fall of Carthage, flames licking the sky, its citizens in disarray. The devastation was palpable, but behind the destruction lay a deep, unsettling sense of satisfaction from the victors. The Romans celebrated the downfall of their ancient rival, yet the smoke from the flames seemed to whisper of a deeper truth, that vengeance could consume even the mightiest of empires. Courage intertwined with cruelty, satisfaction gave way to sorrow, and the echoes of history reverberated through time. Through it all, a woman stood transfixed before the image of Lucretia, the noblewoman whose tragic tale fueled a rebellion. Her story was one of ultimate sacrifice, a life taken not merely for vengeance but as a rallying cry for justice. The artist had captured her in a moment of profound despair, yet the strength in her vulnerability radiated from the canvas. The woman felt empowered by Lucretia's choice, understanding that sometimes vengeance came in the form of standing firm against oppression. The crowd shifted, a sea of emotions swirling like the colors on the walls. Whispers of admiration mixed with murmurs of discomfort. Each piece ignited discussions that spiraled into passionate debates. What was justice? What was revenge? The lines blurred, and the audience found themselves entwined in a web of moral dilemmas as the stories unfolded before them. In the far corner, a young artist, inspired by the masterpieces surrounding him, began to sketch furiously on a worn scrap of parchment. He felt the weight of the stories around him pressing upon his shoulders, each tale of vengeance a call to action. As he captured scenes of retribution, his heart raced. Would his art speak to the ages, just as these ancient depictions had? Would it resonate with those who came after him, stirring emotions as deeply as the works of the masters? Every stroke of his pencil breathed life into a new narrative, a story waiting to unfold. He envisioned a world where love and vengeance danced together, where the consequences of every action echoed through eternity. The tension in the room swelled, the energy electric, and he could feel the ancient spirits guiding his hand, urging him to capture the essence of retribution. The walls around him seemed to pulse in response, the colors brightening as if celebrating his newfound voice. The tales of vengeance, woven with emotion and intensity, surged through the air, becoming his own. He was not merely a spectator. He was part of an ongoing story that had begun millennia ago. The past and present converged, each moment layered with significance, echoing through the halls of time. And as he continued to draw, a sense of urgency filled the room. Each spectator, each artist, every individual who had come to witness the tales of vengeance found themselves drawn into a shared narrative. A collective heartbeat emerged, a rhythm that echoed the stories of old, while whispering promises of new ones yet to be told. The air crackled with anticipation, a reminder that art is not just a reflection of life but a powerful force that shapes it. An endless cycle of revenge and redemption interwoven in the lives of those who dare to dream and to create. In the shadowy corners of ancient Greece, where whispers of fate and justice echoed through marble columns, there lived beings whose very essence was intertwined with the human condition. Nemesis, the goddess of retribution, glided through the world, her eyes sharp with the weight of divine judgment. Beside her danced the Furies, relentless avengers of wrongs, their faces twisted with fury and sorrow. They were not mere figures of myth. They were the embodiment of a cosmic balance, ensuring that hubris met its inevitable fall. Their legacy would leave trails of blood and tears, echoing through the ages, forging paths for countless writers and thinkers who would come after them. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting an orange glow over the ruins of Athens, the tales of Nemesis and the Furies began to weave themselves into the tapestry of literature. It was during these twilight hours that the stories of vengeance and justice found fertile ground. Writers, captivated by the fierce intensity of these deities, poured their hearts into creating characters who embodied their spirit. These figures, flawed yet relatable, danced across the pages, embodying the age-old struggle between fate and free will. From the tragic plays of Sophocles and Aeschylus, the themes of Nemesis and the Furies emerged like haunting melodies. In Orestes, echoes of revenge rise above the despair, while the Furies, relentless in their pursuit, become a chilling reminder of the consequences of violence. The audience, breathless in their seats, could almost feel the icy fingers of fate wrapping around their throats, choking them with anticipation. With every line, the specter of retribution loomed larger, a shadow that could not be ignored. This legacy did not fade with the fall of the Greek city-states. Instead, it transcended time, spilling into the hearts of later writers who found in these ancient tales a mirror reflecting their own society's struggles. Shakespeare, too, was caught in the web. In Macbeth, the themes of ambition and downfall resonate with the omnipresence of Nemesis. The once noble Macbeth, driven by an insatiable thirst for power, faces the furies of his own making. The audience can feel the pulse of inevitability, a heartbeat that quickens with each bloody plot twist, reminding them that every action, like a stone cast into a pond, sends ripples through the fabric of existence. Even in the brooding corners of the Romantic era, the influence of these ancient figures persisted, taking on new forms. The poets, with their longing and despair, found in the Furies a voice for their inner turmoil. Lord Byron and Percy Bysshe Shelley painted their anguish with vivid strokes, echoing the relentless pursuit of justice and revenge. As their verses flowed, readers could almost hear the whispers of the Furies, beckoning them to confront their darkest fears and deepest desires. Each poem became a dance with the divine, a reminder that the past was never truly buried but loomed just out of sight, waiting to strike. The legacy of Nemesis and the Furies extended further into the Age of Enlightenment and into the chaotic realms of the modern era. Writers like Dostoevsky and Kafka grappled with the moral complexities that these figures represented. In Crime and Punishment, the tormented Raskolnikov finds himself ensnared in a web of guilt and paranoia, a living embodiment of Nemesis's reach. As he wanders the murky streets of St. Petersburg, the Furies pursue him, their cries echoing in his mind. The reader feels the tension rise, the air thick with dread, as justice closes in like a noose. In the 20th century, the shadows of these divine avengers grew longer still. In the works of Toni Morrison, the haunting memories of the past demanded their due, much like the Furies themselves. In Beloved, the ghostly presence of Seeth's dead child serves as a chilling reminder of the injustices wrought upon her. The legacy of retribution is woven into the very fabric of the narrative, and Morrison's prose grips the reader's heart, forcing them to confront the wounds of history that refuse to heal. It is in these moments of raw emotion that the essence of Nemesis and the Furies comes alive, compelling the audience to reflect on guilt, punishment, and the heavy toll of unresolved sins. Even in the realm of contemporary literature, the shadows of these ancient deities loom large. Writers like Margaret Atwood and Neil Gaiman continue to draw on their themes, breathing new life into the age-old conflicts of justice and vengeance. Atwood's The Handmaid's Tale resonates with the oppressive nature of fate, where the Furies of a dystopian society wield their power mercilessly. Readers are thrust into a world where every decision is laden with consequence, echoing the timeless battle between human agency and divine retribution. As the pages turn, the emotional weight of Nemesis and the Furies remains palpable, a haunting refrain that refuses to fade. The tension swells with each new narrative, a reminder that history does not merely exist in dusty tomes. It pulses through the veins of every tale, every character driven by ambition, guilt, or revenge. The legacy of these figures, steeped in emotion and turmoil, creates a bridge across time, connecting the ancient past with the struggles of the present. In every story, the dance continues, an eternal cycle of judgment and consequence. The Furies, relentless in their pursuit, and Nemesis, ever watchful, linger just beyond the edge of perception, waiting for the moment when their presence will be felt once more. As the clock ticks and the shadows deepen, the legacy of these figures hangs in the air, an unbroken thread weaving through the fabric of literature, binding the ancient to the modern, the divine to the human. And so, the story goes on, an endless echo of vengeance, justice, and the haunting inevitability of fate, a legacy that will never cease to resonate in the hearts of those who dare to tell it. The sun dipped low on the horizon, casting long shadows over the ancient Roman Forum. The air was thick with tension, a palpable energy that crackled like lightning. There, amidst crumbling columns and weathered stone, the ghosts of vengeance lingered, whispering tales of justice and retribution. In Rome, vengeance was not merely an act. It was a cultural cornerstone, a complex web woven into the very fabric of society. Unlike the Romans, many cultures viewed vengeance through a different lens. In the distant lands of the Norse, for instance, revenge was a warrior's honor. It surged through the bloodline, a calling as fierce as the North Sea storms. The Vikings believed that failing to avenge a wrong would not only dishonor oneself but also bring shame to one's family and clan. There was a tradition of blood feuds, where the cycle of vengeance could stretch on for generations, each act of retribution igniting the flames of conflict anew. It was a brutal dance, guided by the rhythm of the axe and sword, and the haunting songs of the skalds echoed the tales of the brave who sought to reclaim their honor. Across the vast landscapes of Asia, the samurai of feudal Japan carried their own weighty codes. Honor and loyalty were their guiding stars, and the concept of killing a man for a man was steeped in a philosophy known as Bushido. For the samurai, vengeance was a way to restore not only personal honor but also the honor of their lords. The act of revenge was a calculated, almost ceremonial affair, often cloaked in rituals that demanded the utmost respect for life and death. A samurai's blade, when drawn for vengeance, was a reflection of their soul, merging the personal with the societal. Yet, beneath that disciplined exterior lay a tempest of emotion, a storm that churned in the depths of their warrior hearts. In ancient Greece, the idea of vengeance was intertwined with the divine. The Furies, fearsome deities born from the earth, pursued wrongdoers relentlessly. They were the embodiment of retribution, ensuring that justice was served in a world where human fallibility often blurred the lines of morality. For the Greeks, vengeance was not merely a personal affair. It was a cosmic necessity. The tragic tales of characters like Orestes, who avenged his father's murder by slaying his mother, illustrate the emotional turmoil that accompanied such actions. It was a dance with fate, where the pursuit of justice could lead to one's own destruction, a cautionary tale that echoed through the ages. Meanwhile, in tribal societies across Africa, the concept of vengeance often revolved around community and kinship. The blood of the wronged person cried out for justice, and vengeance was a collective responsibility. If one member of the tribe was harmed, the entire community felt the sting. Acts of revenge in this context were not just personal vendettas. They were about restoring balance and harmony within the social fabric. The rituals surrounding these acts were deeply emotional, full of sorrow and fury, and often involved the entire clan in a cathartic release of pent-up grief and rage. As the Romans stood at the crossroads of these diverse cultural practices, their relationship with vengeance took on a unique shape. In Rome, vengeance was often sanctioned by the state, intertwined with the law. The lex talionis, or the law of retaliation, was a guiding principle that allowed for a form of justified retribution. If someone wronged you, the law could support your claim to vengeance, making it not just a personal matter but a civic duty. This societal endorsement added layers of complexity to the act itself. Was it still vengeance if the state supported it? The very notion blurred the lines between justice and revenge, creating a tension that simmered beneath the surface of Roman society. The Romans also held a distinct belief in the power of the gods to influence human affairs. Vengeance was often seen as a divine act, with the gods playing a hand in the outcome. The tale of the assassination of Julius Caesar, a monumental act of betrayal, reverberated through history. The vengeance that followed civil wars, bloodshed, and the rise of Augustus illustrated how vengeance became a catalyst for monumental change. It was not just revenge. It was a transformation of an empire, a testament to the far-reaching consequences of personal grievances. In moments of heated anger, the Romans could harness their emotions with devastating precision. The gladiatorial games were an arena where vengeance played out in blood-soaked sand, a visceral reminder of the consequences of betrayal and dishonor. Spectators watched with bated breath as warriors clashed, each duel a reflection of deeper societal conflicts. The roar of the crowd fueled the fire of vengeance, making it a spectacle, a form of entertainment that mirrored the darker aspects of human nature. Yet, even in the face of such ferocity, there were moments of reflection. Roman poets like Virgil and Ovid captured the tumultuous emotions surrounding vengeance, weaving tales that reminded citizens of the heavy price that often accompanied retribution. Revenge could lead to a cycle of violence, an unending loop of bloodshed that left a trail of sorrow and loss. The famous words of Cicero echoed through the ages. The greatest crimes are not those we commit against others, but those we commit against ourselves. In the grip of vengeance, many lost not only their enemies but also their own humanity. The shadows grew longer as the sun set on the Roman streets, the whispers of past grievances swirling like leaves in the autumn wind. Echoes of vengeance resonated through the ages, each culture weaving its own tapestry of justice and retribution. As the fires of fury ignited in hearts across the world, one couldn't help but wonder, was vengeance a path to justice or an endless cycle of sorrow? The answer remained shrouded in mystery, leaving a lingering ache for resolution that would resonate throughout history. The air crackled with an electric tension, a palpable sense of retribution that hung over the ancient city like a gathering storm. Shadows danced in the flickering torchlight as figures moved through the narrow streets, each step heavy with the weight of fate. In a world where justice and vengeance intertwined, the very essence of human existence was at stake. The whisper of names long forgotten rustled through the marketplace, each syllable steeped in the history of pain and triumph, a reminder of the delicate balance between order and chaos. Among the silent observers of this restless scene were the Furies, those fierce guardians of retribution whose presence sent shivers down the spines of wrongdoers. They emerged from the depths of the earth, their faces twisted in sorrow and rage, eyes burning like coals as they sought the unrepentant. Clad in tattered robes that flowed like night, they swept through the alleyways, embodying the very essence of justice denied. Their mission was clear: to hunt down those who dared to defy the natural order, their cries echoing with a chilling promise of reckoning. Yet, intertwined with the Furies was the figure of Nemesis, the goddess of retribution, whose essence reflected both the capricious nature of fate and the unwavering hand of justice. She watched from the shadows, a silent sentinel whose gaze pierced through the veil of illusion that shrouded the human heart. Within her lay the understanding that life is a tapestry woven with threads of fortune and misfortune. With a single wave of her hand, the balance could tip, and the scales of justice might swing in favor of the most unlikely. The stories of those who had encountered Nemesis were legendary, whispered in reverence and fear. There was the tale of King Croesus, whose wealth had lured him into a false sense of invincibility. His greed had blinded him to the truth that prosperity can spiral into downfall if one refuses to acknowledge the plight of others. In a moment of hubris, he declared himself the richest man in the world, only to face the wrath of the goddess. As armies descended upon him, he learned that true wealth lies not in gold but in humility and empathy. The Furies, stirred by his arrogance, marked him as a target, their relentless pursuit a testament to the inescapable nature of divine justice. In another time, another place, the tragic fate of Orestes unfolded. Tormented by the ghostly whispers of his own guilt, he ran from the shadows of his past. The Furies, relentless in their mission, pursued him across the land, their cries resonating with the echoes of his unforgiven sins. Yet even in his anguish, there lay a flicker of hope, a chance for redemption that only Nemesis could provide. It was a tragic dance of blame and absolution, a reminder that vengeance is a double-edged sword, capable of cutting both the perpetrator and the victim. The Furies, a constant reminder of the past, became the harbingers of a truth too bitter to swallow. As the moon hung high, casting a silvery light over the land. The Furies converged upon a gathering of the powerful. They had taken their place at the center of a banquet where the rich and entitled reveled in their excesses, blissfully ignorant of the storm brewing just beyond their lavish feasts. Laughter echoed through the halls, a stark contrast to the silent fury that simmered within the hearts of the Furies. They knew that the gods could not be mocked forever, and in their quest for retribution, a reckoning was near. The table was adorned with excess, gold goblets glinting in the light, while the guests indulged in wine and fine food. But every drink taken held a price, and each bite consumed echoed a debt left unpaid. Nemesis stood at the fringes, observing the dance of fortune with a knowing smirk. She understood the fragile nature of happiness, how quickly it could spiral into despair. The revelers, caught in their greed, were blissfully unaware that the very thing they celebrated would soon become their undoing. Then came the moment, a crack of thunder, a bolt of lightning illuminating the darkened sky. The laughter faltered, and eyes turned toward the door as the Furies swept in like a tempest. Their presence filled the room with a chilling dread, the sound of their lamentation echoing through the halls. The very air vibrated with energy, as if the universe itself held its breath, waiting for the inevitable clash of fate and free will. Justice is not a fleeting fancy, one of the Furies intoned, her voice a haunting melody that reverberated in the hearts of those present. It is a force that binds the fabric of existence. You have danced upon the graves of the forgotten, and now the time has come for your reckoning. The guests, once brimming with confidence, now felt the ground beneath them tremble. The laughter was replaced by a suffocating silence as the Furies approached, their eyes ablaze with the fury of ages. Nemesis observed with a smile, knowing that the moment of truth was upon them, a moment where every action, every choice, spiraled into the inevitable. What transpired next was a clash of wills, a battle not just of strength, but of understanding that fate is a dance of choices made and paths taken. The Furies wielded their power not just to punish, but to illuminate the darkness that lay within the hearts of the guilty. The banquet hall, once a space of luxury and excess, transformed into a sacred ground of confrontation, where the human soul was laid bare before the judgment of the divine. In that charged atmosphere, as the echoes of the past reverberated through the walls, each guest felt the weight of their choices. The Furies and Nemesis stood unwavering, a testament to the unyielding nature of justice, swift and merciless, yet, paradoxically, an opportunity for redemption. The tension thickened, and the air itself seemed to pulse with the emotional stakes, a reminder that the line between punishment and forgiveness often teetered on the edge of despair. And so, the dance of fate continued, a cycle of anger, regret, and an unyielding quest for balance. In the shadows, the whispers of the past mingled with the cries of the present, a poignant reminder that in the realm of human existence, the path to redemption is fraught with complexities. The Furies, relentless in their pursuit, and Nemesis, ever watchful, embodied the age-old truths of justice and retribution. And as the moon cast its ghostly glow, the world held its breath, waiting for the next act in this eternal drama of human frailty and divine judgment. The air crackled with a palpable tension, a storm building just beyond the horizon. Echoes of ancient whispers seemed to find their way through the cobblestone streets, mingling with the hum of modern life. In this vibrant tapestry of humanity, the timeless figures of vengeance from Roman mythology lingered, their stories woven into the very fabric of today's world. Fortuna, once revered as the goddess of fortune, now finds herself embraced by a new generation, one that seeks not just luck but justice. Her image, adorned with a blindfold, transforms into a symbol of the unseen consequences of actions taken and the fates that await those who wrong others. In bustling cafes, young women share tales of betrayal and resilience, invoking Fortuna's name, hoping to turn their misfortunes around. The goddess whispers secrets to them through whispered promises of balance. Every injustice they face will be met with a reckoning. Then there's the echo of Erinyes, the Furies of Greek myth who found their way into Roman tales as the diary, relentless in their pursuit of wrongdoers. In the dark corners of modern society, they resonate loudly. In a world rife with corruption and deceit, their spirit manifests in movements that demand accountability. They are the voices of the unheard, standing up against the powerful who think they can act without consequence. Their presence is felt in protests, where chants filled with righteous anger rise like a tide, washing over the streets as they echo through the hearts of the people. In dimly lit rooms, women gather to share their stories of survival, their voices intertwining with the fierce energy of the ancient diary. Each tale becomes a thread, woven into a collective tapestry of vengeance and retribution. The air grows thick with a sense of purpose. They are not just reminiscing but are instead channeling the power of these goddesses, igniting a fire within themselves that refuses to be extinguished. It is a revival of a primal energy, a reminder that vengeance can be a form of justice when wielded with intention. As night falls, shadows dance on the walls, and the figure of Nemesis emerges from the depths of mythology. She, too, has adapted to modern sensibilities. Once a silent observer of the scales of justice, her role now morphs into a fierce champion for equality. In courtrooms and boardrooms, her spirit lurks, demanding fairness in a world that often feels unbalanced. People invoke her name in heated discussions. They crave her strength as they fight against systems designed to keep them oppressed. The energy shifts as stories of retribution unfold, stories of the wronged who rise up, fueled by a deep-seated need for justice. A woman, once silenced, steps into her power, echoing Nemesis's spirit. She confronts her abuser, not with blind fury but with a fierce, calculated resolve. Her eyes blaze with the fire of generations, a modern embodiment of Nemesis herself, seeking balance where there was once chaos. In the darkest hours, when despair threatens to consume, the haunting figure of the goddess of vengeance becomes a beacon of hope. Men and women alike gather in sacred spaces, lighting candles to honor the ancient deities, drawing strength from their stories of retribution. These rituals breathe life into age-old traditions, creating a connection between the past and the present. As the flames flicker, a powerful energy envelopes the room, reminding all present that vengeance, when rooted in justice, can inspire transformation. Social media has become a modern-day temple for these goddesses, where their stories are retold and reimagined. Memes and hashtags spring to life, transforming ancient symbols into contemporary rallying cries. The ferocity of the Furies finds its echo in hashtags demanding justice for victims of abuse, their power amplifying voices that may have previously been overlooked. The modern interpretations of these goddesses ignite a fire in the hearts of many, urging them to reclaim their narratives and stand tall against their oppressors. In the corridors of power, whispers of the ancient goddesses ripple like currents in a river. Politicians, artists, and activists draw strength from the very essence of those who once roamed the earth, their stories echoing through time. The resurgence of interest in these figures isn't merely an exploration of the past but a call to action in the present. Vengeance becomes a tool, not of destruction but of reclamation, as the tides of history shift to favor those who have long been silenced. Moments of quiet reflection give way to intense outbursts of passion. The ancient goddesses of vengeance, reborn in modern form, remind humanity of the power of righteous fury. They haunt the dreams of those who have been wronged, igniting a spark that refuses to be dimmed. Each individual story of survival becomes a thread in the grand tapestry, a unified cry for justice that resonates across time and space. The goddess of vengeance stirs within every heart that has felt the sting of betrayal. In the echoes of their stories, one can almost hear the whispers of the ancients urging them forward, encouraging them to take action, to rise against the darkness that seeks to swallow them whole. The power of these goddesses transcends the ages, their voices woven into the fabric of modern society, a relentless reminder that vengeance, when guided by justice, becomes an unstoppable force. As the sun sets, casting long shadows across the city, the reverberations of their influence pulse through the streets, carrying the weight of ancient stories into the present. The world is a stage upon which the modern interpretations of these goddesses play out, and with each step taken, each voice raised, their legacies are both honored and reborn. The emotional tapestry of vengeance continues to unfold, rich with the colors of pain, resilience, and ultimately, transformation. In a dimly lit room, a flickering screen casts shadows on a wall, illuminating the faces of a captivated audience. Their eyes are glued to the unfolding drama, hearts racing as they witness a tale of vengeance and justice. It's a familiar story, echoing through the corridors of time, a reflection of an ancient legacy that still breathes in contemporary media. The weight of Nemesis and the Furies looms large, shaping narratives that resonate with the primal instincts hidden within every viewer. For centuries, these figures have haunted humanity's imagination, serving as symbols of retribution and torment. In ancient Greece, Nemesis was the embodiment of divine justice, ensuring that no wrongdoer escaped unpunished. The Furies, relentless spirits of vengeance, pursued those who defied moral order, their wrath unyielding. As modern storytellers spin their webs of intrigue, the influence of these mythic beings seeps into the fabric of cinema, literature, and even video games, weaving a tapestry of emotion that rattles the soul. Think of the characters who wander through the shadowy alleys of film noir, their hearts heavy with guilt and regret. They are hunted by the specters of their past, much like the infamous Orestes, who was tormented by the Furies for avenging his father's murder. The suspense builds with each twist, with every thick breath of tension. It feels as if the audience is not just watching a story, but reliving a timeless struggle against fate itself. It's a dance as old as time, where justice and vengeance are entwined, pulling at the strings of the heart. In contemporary thrillers, the presence of Nemesis transforms protagonists into reluctant anti-heroes. Consider the tormented souls of television dramas, their paths stained with the consequences of choices made in the dark. Each episode is a battle against the internal demons, reminiscent of ancient tales where fate meted out punishment. These characters grapple with their sins, often finding themselves ensnared in the very web they wove. It's a visceral experience, reminding viewers that the line between justice and revenge is perilously thin. As the tension escalates, the influence of the Furies becomes palpable. Take, for instance, the rise of revenge narratives in popular media, stories like Kill Bill and The Girl with the Dragon Tattoo. In these tales, vengeance is not just a theme. It's a character in its own right, relentless and consuming. The audience is swept away, their hearts pounding in sync with the pulsing beat of justice being served. They are reminded that the quest for retribution can lead to a dark descent, echoing the fate of those who dared to defy the gods in ancient lore. The thrill is intoxicating, but so too is the dread of what is to come. Yet, it is not merely the act of vengeance that captivates. It is the raw emotion that accompanies it. The screenwriters, like the bards of old, tap into the very essence of human experience. They evoke feelings of empathy and rage, pulling the audience deeper into the narrative with each heartbeat. The Furies, with their piercing cries, echo in the back of the viewer's mind, a haunting reminder of justice's inexorable march. As the protagonists face their adversaries, viewers become more than just spectators. They feel the weight of every decision, every consequence. In literature, the shadows of Nemesis and the Furies linger just as heavily. Contemporary novels often feature flawed characters who are haunted by their pasts, struggling against the tide of fate and guilt. Readers find themselves immersed in these stories, their emotions entwined with the characters' journeys. The thrill of watching justice unfold, mixed with the agony of tragedy, creates a narrative that is impossible to forget. With every page turned, the echoes of ancient myth resonate, reminding us that every action has a consequence, every choice a price. Video games have also embraced this powerful motif. Players assume the role of heroes burdened by guilt, tasked with righting wrongs in a world where the Furies lurk just out of sight. Through immersive gameplay, they experience the weight of vengeance firsthand. The choices they make reverberate through the digital landscape, creating a cycle of retribution that mirrors the mythological past. The thrill of victory is tinged with the shadows of loss, and the players are left to ponder the true cost of their actions. As the clock ticks and the tension mounts, it becomes clear that the influence of Nemesis and the Furies is not merely a relic of the past. It is a powerful thread that binds humanity's stories together, stretching from ancient Greece to the bright screens of today. Each tale told is a reminder of the fragile balance between vengeance and justice, the eternal dance that has haunted mankind through the ages. The stakes are high, and the emotional weight is palpable, drawing audiences deeper into the intricate web of fate's design. The influence runs deep, coursing through the veins of contemporary media, as each story unfolds with a familiar rhythm. It is a heartbeat that pulses with the essence of humanity, reminding us of our darkest fears and most profound desires. The Furies whisper in the shadows, their presence felt in every moment of anguish and triumph. The specter of Nemesis looms large, a constant reminder that justice, in all its forms, will always find a way to manifest. And as the audience watches, entranced by the unfolding drama, they cannot help but reflect on their own lives. The choices they make, the paths they tread, are they not all subject to the same cosmic laws? In this unending cycle, the line between right and wrong blurs, and it leaves viewers hanging on the edge of their seats, desperately wanting to know what will happen next, as the next chapter beckons with the promise of more heart-stopping encounters and emotional revelations. The story is never truly over. It simply shifts and transforms, much like the ancient tales that first captured the imagination of humanity. The night was heavy with the weight of unspoken truths, the air thick with the scent of damp earth and the echoes of forgotten narratives. Under a silver sliver of moonlight, the shadows danced, whispering tales of vengeance and reclamation, tales that had long been stifled beneath the weight of patriarchal silence. In the silence, a storm brewed, waiting for a voice strong enough to summon it into existence. Among the ancient Greek temples, where marble statues stood like sentinels guarding the past, the stories of goddesses and fierce heroines waited, their flames flickering in the recesses of history. They were figures etched in stone, yet their emotions flickered with life, bound by the chains of ages past. For centuries, men held the quill, scripting the tales of bravery and conquest, often at the expense of the women who stood in their shadows. Yet, beneath the surface, the pulse of those women beat relentlessly, aching to break free, to rise from the ashes of oppression. Consider the figure of Medea, a woman sculpted by betrayal. Her rage was fierce, a tempest that had no intention of being tamed. She stepped into the realm of vengeance, a world often reserved for men, wielding it like a weapon forged from the flames of her pain. Her story was a stark reminder that vengeance could be a powerful form of justice for those wronged. When she took matters into her own hands, the world shuddered, not from mere horror but from a recognition of the depths of her suffering. An echo of the struggles faced throughout history by women who fought to reclaim their narratives. Flashes of other women swept through the landscape of mythology, glimmers of strength and defiance that had been overlooked. The Valkyries, fierce warrior maidens of Norse mythology, were not merely figures of battle. They were the embodiment of choice and agency. Each time they descended upon the battlefield, they weren't just claiming souls for Valhalla. They were asserting their power, choosing who lived and who died. Their actions resonated through time, reminding all of the strength found in vengeance, not for the sake of chaos, but as a form of empowerment. Then there was Circe, the sorceress who turned men into swine, an act of vengeance that echoed the betrayal she faced. She became a symbol of liberation, an icon of a woman who forged her own path in a world dominated by male narratives. Her island was both a prison and a sanctuary, a space where she could reclaim her autonomy. The transformation of her enemies into beasts was not merely an act of cruelty. It was a reclamation of power, a statement that their betrayal would not go unpunished. Circe was both a witch and a healer, a figure of duality who harnessed her pain into strength, transcending the roles assigned to her. The rich tapestry of these myths was woven with threads of feminism and vengeance, creating patterns that spoke of resilience and resistance. Women in mythology were often painted as either victims or seductresses, yet behind these archetypes lay the raw emotion of survival. They were not merely characters. They were reflections of the struggles endured by countless women through the ages. The tales of their vengeance were not simply about retaliation. They were an awakening, a call to arms, a demand for respect and recognition. As the moon hung high, casting an ethereal glow upon the earth, the spirits of these women stirred. They whispered to one another, exchanging stories of their battles, their triumphs, their heartaches. A sisterhood forged in the fires of adversity. They beckoned to the women of today, urging them to remember, to reclaim the power that had been stripped away for far too long. The winds swept through the trees, creating a symphony of voices, some soft, some fierce, all carrying the weight of history. In every crack of thunder, there was a reminder of the storms that brewed within. Women who had risen against the tides of oppression, who had fought with ferocity when the world had tried to silence them, were now part of a collective consciousness. Their narratives intertwined, forming an unbreakable bond that transcended time. Suddenly, the stories of revenge mingled with the cries of those still fighting in the modern age. The echoes of the past collided with the present, a reminder of the ongoing battle against inequality. The women in boardrooms, the activists in the streets, the mothers raising daughters to be strong. They were all part of this grand tapestry. Each act of defiance, every refusal to be silenced, was a thread woven into the fabric of a larger narrative, one that embraced both vengeance and justice. In the distance, a fire crackled, its warm glow illuminating the faces of women gathered together, each one a guardian of the stories waiting to be told. There was a spark in the air, a sense of unity that ignited the very essence of their beings. They understood that vengeance wasn't merely about revenge. It was about making their voices heard, about carving out a space for themselves in a world that had too often tried to erase them. As the night deepened, the circle of women drew closer, their spirits intertwining. The tales of Medea, Circe, and the Valkyries became their own, fueling their resolve to rewrite the narratives that had long been dictated by others. The weight of history no longer bore down on them. Instead, it became the wind beneath their wings, lifting them higher into the realms of possibility. With each heartbeat, the drumming of their collective resolve echoed as they began to rise, a legion of women reimagining vengeance not as a mere act of anger, but as a powerful reclamation of their identities, their stories, their very beings. In this moment, a new chapter unfolded, vibrant and alive, intertwining with the mythos of the past while paving the way for the future. The night sparkled with promise, a tapestry of voices weaving together, a continuous flow of emotion, tension, and a burning desire to be heard, to be seen, to belong. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows over the ancient battlefield, a chilling wind whispered through the remnants of stone and blood. The air crackled with an energy that seemed to swirl around the figures of warriors frozen in time. Here, in this sacred ground, the stories of vengeance intertwined with the threads of fate and divine will, creating a tapestry so rich and dark that it seemed to pulse with life. In the ancient world, fate dictated the course of human lives, weaving destinies that no one could escape. It was like a great river, flowing steadily toward an unseen end. The Greeks believed in the fates, three powerful sisters who spun, measured, and cut the thread of life. Their decisions were final, and though mortals fought against them with every ounce of their will, they rarely succeeded. For many, the desire for vengeance was ignited by the belief that their suffering was a cruel manipulation of fate, a twisted game played by gods who reveled in their chaos. Consider the tale of Orestes, a young man ensnared in a cycle of blood and retribution. He had witnessed the murder of his father, Agamemnon, at the hands of his own mother, Clytemnestra. The gods had whispered dark prophecies into his ear, stirring a fire within him that could only be quenched by vengeance. Guided by the will of the gods, Orestes embarked on a harrowing quest to reclaim his family's honor. Each step he took echoed with the weight of divine will, as if Apollo himself were pushing him toward his tragic fate. Orestes was a pawn in a game far greater than himself, yet he could feel the heat of the flames of revenge licking at his heels, urging him onward. Across the globe, in the halls of ancient Rome, another tale simmered with the essence of fate and divine retribution. The story of Julius Caesar and his assassination paints a vivid picture of how fate intertwines with the desires of men. As he strode into the Senate, the air thickened with tension. The whispers of betrayal spiraled around him like a noose tightening ever so subtly. The soothsayer's warning, "Beware the Ides of March," rang in his ears, yet he stepped forward, defiant. Was it fate that led him to his doom, or was it his own hubris? In that fateful moment, the gods seemed to conspire against him, aligning the stars to seal his destiny. The blood spilled on that marble floor was not merely the end of Caesar, but the beginning of a cycle where the cries for vengeance would echo through history, unending. As tales spread, a pattern emerged. The idea that the divine orchestrated human suffering and vengeance became a recurring theme in narratives across cultures. In Norse mythology, the concept of fate was embodied in the Norns, who spun the fates of gods and men alike. The great warrior Sigurd sought vengeance against the dragon Fafnir, his journey marked by omens and the heavy hand of destiny. Each battle fought and each ally gained was not merely chance. It was as if the very fabric of the universe had conspired to lead him to a predestined end. Fate, divine will, and vengeance danced like flames in a darkened room, illuminating the lengths one would go to reclaim honor and justice. Yet, even as these stories unfolded, they were underpinned by a sense of tragic irony. The gods, often depicted as capricious and indifferent, wielded their powers without concern for the lives they toyed with. The tales of vengeance were not just about retribution but about the cyclical nature of violence that echoed through the ages. Each act of revenge birthed another, creating a chain that could not be broken, a relentless cycle where fate and divine will played their parts with ruthless precision. In the East, the tales of the samurai carried this theme forward. The Bushido Code instilled in these warriors a sense of honor that demanded vengeance for wrongs, but even the strongest of men could not escape the iron grip of fate. Take the story of the 47 Ronin, a tale that resonated with the themes of loyalty, loss, and divine justice. As they plotted to avenge their fallen master, they were driven by a sense of duty that echoed through the heavens. Their path to vengeance was marked by sacrifices that shook the very foundations of their souls. In every clash of swords, one could sense the divine watching, judging, and perhaps even intervening, bending the will of fate toward inevitable tragedy. The emotional weight of vengeance, intertwined with the divine, created a potent brew of desire and despair. The cries of the wronged echoed through time, amplified by the belief that the divine would ultimately bring justice. Yet, as history unfolded, it became evident that fate was a fickle mistress. For every act of vengeance that seemed justified, there were countless others that ended in sorrow, leaving behind ghosts of regret. As the sun faded completely, darkness enveloped the battlefield, and the spirits of the past began to awaken. The whispers of the ancient ones stirred, weaving their tales of vengeance and fate around the living. The air thickened with anticipation, heavy with the knowledge that these stories would never truly end. They would continue to reverberate through time, pulsing with the emotions of betrayal, honor, and the relentless quest for justice. The stage was set for the next chapter in this unyielding tale of human experience. The divine and the fateful intertwined, waiting for the next soul to step into the fray, forever caught in the web of vengeance spun by the hands of fate. The moon hung low and full, casting an eerie glow over the ancient battlefield, where the echoes of vengeance still whispered through the rustling leaves. It was here that history carved its marks with bloodied swords and a thirst for retribution. Every tale of vengeance has an origin, a moment when the heart hardens and the soul becomes a vessel of wrath. In the cold winds of ancient Greece, the story of Medea emerged, a tale as dark and twisted as the night itself. Betrayed by her lover, Jason, who sought the warmth of a new bride, Medea's heart ignited with fury. She was not just a woman scorned. She became a tempest of vengeance. In a fit of rage fueled by betrayal, she committed unspeakable acts, taking the lives of her own children to inflict pain upon Jason. This was a mother's love turned to ashes, a haunting reminder that vengeance can twist love into something grotesque. The gods watched, their faces a mixture of horror and fascination. as blood was shed not only for revenge but as an offering to the dark gods of fate and despair. Across the sea, the tales of the Roman Empire unfolded, where the legend of Lucius Cornelius Sulla emerged. A man of power, he faced betrayal from those he once called allies. In a brutal twist of fate, Sulla returned from exile with an army that erupted like a volcano of fury. He sought vengeance not just on the traitors who wronged him but on an entire city, executing political enemies and marking them with red ink for all to see. The streets of Rome ran red with the blood of Sulla's foes, a grim testament to the lengths one would go to reclaim power and dignity. His name echoed in hushed tones, both feared and revered, reminding all that vengeance is a double-edged sword, sharp and unforgiving. In a different time and place, the legend of the infamous Blood Countess, Elizabeth Bathory, unfurled, shrouded in mystery and horror. Accused of murdering young girls to bathe in their blood, Elizabeth's tale is steeped in the chilling belief that she sought eternal youth and beauty through unspeakable acts of vengeance. Her castle, a fortress of dread, echoed with the cries of innocent souls, their fates sealed by a woman driven by madness and revenge. The very walls seemed to pulse with the memories of her horrific deeds, blurring the lines between myth and reality, leaving a chilling legacy that sent shivers down the spines of those who dared to whisper her name. The winds of vengeance swept across continents and centuries, leading to the tale of the Cossacks and their battle against the oppressive forces of the Russian Empire. Their story is one of a fierce and unyielding spirit, where families were ripped apart under tyranny's cruel hand. As the Cossacks rose in rebellion, their hearts burned with a relentless desire for retribution. The rivers flowed swiftly with the stories of their fallen kin, fueling the fire in their hearts. They fought not just for survival but for a reckoning that rippled through history, a rebellion that resonated with the cries of the oppressed. The pages of history turned, leading to the chilling tale of the American frontier, where the pursuit of vengeance took on a life of its own. The legend of the Hatfields and McCoys cast a long shadow over the mountains of Kentucky and West Virginia. What began as a simple dispute escalated into a bloody feud, fueled by accusations and slights both real and imagined. Brothers turned against brothers, and blood spilled on both sides, carving a path of vengeance that seemed unquenchable. The dark clouds of hate loomed over the hills, as families were torn apart in a vicious cycle, leaving behind a legacy of sorrow that echoed through generations. As the sun set on the feuding families, the world turned its gaze to the chilling tale of the ancient Aztec Empire. In the heart of Tenochtitlan, the thirst for vengeance manifested in the brutal ritual sacrifices to appease the gods. The Aztecs believed that blood was the lifeblood of their deities, and in return for victory in battle, they offered the ultimate sacrifice. The cries of the condemned echoed in the temples, a haunting chorus of desperation bending the will of the powerful. Each sacrifice became a testament to their vengeance against the enemies who dared to challenge their might, intertwining the fates of the living and the dead in a dance of blood and honor. In the shadows of ancient castles and forgotten ruins, the thread of vengeance wove through the ages, leaving scars that would never truly heal. Each tale, each myth, resonated with the primal urge for retribution, a storyline that captured hearts and minds. The stories of Medea, Sulla, Bathory, the Cossacks, the Hatfields and McCoys, and the Aztecs stood as grim reminders of the power embedded in vengeance, an emotion that could lift one to greatness or plunge one into darkness. As these tales lingered like smoke in the air, one could almost feel the shadows creeping closer, an echo of the hearts of those who had walked the path of vengeance before. In every whispered legend lay the promise of untold power, and the haunting reminder that the thirst for retribution could lead to endless cycles of pain, leaving behind a trail of broken souls and shattered dreams, waiting for the next chapter to unfold. The stories continued to seep into the fabric of time, tantalizingly suspended between reality and myth, as the tales of vengeance beckoned the next seeker into their embrace. In the flickering light of 1,000 oil lamps, the air thick with the scent of incense and whispers of the divine, she stood, a figure draped in silks that shimmered like the dawn. A goddess, born from the soil of ancient civilizations, her presence commanded reverence that echoed through stone temples and sacred groves. For thousands of years, She has taken many forms, each manifestation a mirror reflecting the hopes, fears, and dreams of those who worshipped her. This was no mere statue. This was a living symbol of the eternal feminine, a bridge between the heavens and the earth. From the earliest days of humankind, the goddess archetype thrived in the hearts of people who sought understanding in a world full of chaos. In the Fertile Crescent, where the rivers sang songs of life, Ishtar danced under the moonlight, embodying love, war, and fertility. The people carved her image into clay and stone, beseeching her for blessings. Each worshipper felt a pulse of connection, a heartbeat that resonated through time and space. Generations later, as the sun set over Mesopotamia, the stories of Ishtar would inspire countless women to rise, to reclaim their power in a world often hostile to their existence. Then, in the shadows of towering pyramids, Hathor emerged, a goddess of joy and cosmic love. With each note of her celestial music, her laughter echoed through the halls of the afterlife, promising rebirth and the sweet release of sorrow. The Egyptians would gather to celebrate her, dancing and singing, their voices weaving a tapestry of devotion that would withstand the test of time. Here, the goddess was not just an entity. She was the essence of life, the nurturing mother, and the fiery protector. Her energy unleashed a storm of creativity, igniting the spirits of artists and visionaries who painted her likeness on temple walls, capturing her divine essence for eternity. As centuries turned, the goddess evolved, adapting to the shifting sands of culture and belief. In the lush forests of Greece, the air was electric with the tales of Athena, the warrior maiden of wisdom. Armed with a shield that gleamed with the sunlight of knowledge, she represented the strength of intellect, a beacon for those seeking clarity in tumultuous times. The people saw her as a protector, a guiding force that inspired both men and women to harness their inner power. With every story, every hymn sung in her honor, Athena became a symbol of hope, a reminder that wisdom could triumph over brute force. Yet the goddess was not confined to the pages of ancient texts. She walked among the people, breathing life into their struggles and triumphs. In the heart of India, the goddess Kali emerged, fierce and unapologetic, a maelstrom of destruction and creation. She danced upon the battlefield, her wild hair flowing like a river of shadows, embodying the raw power of the feminine spirit. Followers chanted her name, their voices rising like smoke to the heavens, seeking her guidance to break the chains of oppression and fear. In her embrace, they found the courage to confront their demons, to rise from the ashes of despair, and to reclaim their identities. But as the world changed, so too did the goddess. The rise of monotheism pushed her into the background, a whisper in a world dominated by singularity. Yet, even in the shadows, she simmered, her essence woven into the fabric of everyday life. In the quiet corners of homes, women gathered to share tales of old, invoking the names of forgotten deities as they cooked, cared for children, and nurtured their loved ones. The goddess became a shared memory, a legacy passed down through generations, holding the wisdom of ages within the hearts of women who dared to remember. As the modern age dawned, with its rush of technology and societal upheaval, the goddess re-emerged, fierce and unyielding. In the suffragette movement, women donned the mantle of the goddess, demanding their rightful place in the sun. They marched with the fervor of ancient priestesses, their voices rising in unison, echoing the cries of those who had come before them. The stories of old reverberated through the streets, reminding humanity that the goddess was not a relic of the past but a living force, demanding recognition and respect. Today, the goddess archetype continues to transform, absorbing the complexities of contemporary life. In the realms of art, literature, and spirituality, she finds new expressions. She is the fierce warrior, the gentle healer, the wise elder, and the carefree maiden, all woven together in a tapestry that reflects the multifaceted nature of womanhood. The echoes of her laughter resonate in the hearts of millions, inspiring a new generation to reclaim their power, to embrace the goddess within. Every woman who stands tall, who speaks her truth, who nurtures love and compassion, embodies this archetype. The stories of the goddess, with their rich histories and emotional weight, become the foundation upon which new tales are built. They call upon the legacy of those who came before, urging each individual to recognize the strength within. In this ever-shifting landscape, the goddess remains an unwavering presence, a timeless reminder that the divine feminine is not just a concept but a reality that breathes life into the world. As the sun sets on this era of rebirth, the goddess continues to weave through the fabric of humanity, leaving hints of her presence in the laughter of children, in the whispers of lovers, and in the fierce determination of those who refuse to be silenced. The stories are not just her stories. They are the stories of everyone who has ever dared to look within and find the strength to rise. In this unfolding narrative, the goddess is not an ending but a beginning, an invitation to dance once more in the light of her fierce, unwavering spirit. The shadows danced wildly on the walls, flickering like the anxious hearts of those who dared to confront the wrath of the ancient deities. In the dimly lit corners of history, where the whispers of punishment lingered, two names rose to the surface: Nemesis and the Furies. These figures, draped in the darkness of vengeance and justice, have seeped into the very fabric of popular culture, igniting imaginations and sending shivers down spines. Nemesis, the goddess of retribution, was not just a figure of myth. She embodied the relentless pursuit of balance in a world that often leaned too far into the chaos of human ambition and pride. Her presence was felt in the tales of heroes and villains alike, a constant reminder that every action has a consequence. Every triumph comes with its shadow. In the stories that buzzed through medieval taverns and echoed in the halls of ancient theaters, she was the unseen force that kept the scales of justice aligned, and her influence can be traced through the pages of literature and the frames of film. The Furies, on the other hand, were a terrifying trio, embodiments of vengeance unleashed. Born from the depths of the earth, they were relentless in their pursuit, shadows that flickered through the nightmares of those who dared to wrong the innocent. Their names, Alecto, Magira, and Tisiphone, sent chills through the hearts of wrongdoers, their very existence a warning that no misdeed would ever go unpunished. The Furies became synonymous with the darker side of justice, a chilling heartbeat in the stories of those who dared to defy moral boundaries. As the centuries passed, tales of Nemesis and the Furies transformed, adapting to the fears and hopes of each new generation. From the tragedy of Greek theater to the thrillers of modern cinema, their stories captured the imagination of artists and audiences alike. In the 19th century, they found a home in the poetry of the Romantic era, where the tension between love and revenge played out against the backdrop of nature's beauty. Poets poured their souls onto the page, weaving narratives of passion and payback, ensnared by the idea that love could turn into an unquenchable thirst for justice. In the world of film, the echoes of Nemesis and the Furies grew louder, their essence threaded through the fabric of countless stories, often appearing when the scales of justice wavered. Think of the classic films that left viewers breathless, where characters stood at the precipice of their choices, haunted by the ghosts of their past. Movies like The Godfather and Say Seven and addressed the consequences of decisions, reminding us that the Furies are always lurking in the shadows, awaiting the moment when vengeance is most palpable. Yet, it was in the realm of horror that their presence became most pronounced. The tension built like a coiled spring, ready to snap at any moment. In horror films like Carrie and The Craft, the themes of revenge and retribution took center stage. The characters were often wronged, pushed to the brink of despair, igniting a firestorm of fury that left audiences gasping, the hair on the back of their necks standing at attention. These modern adaptations were laden with the emotional weight of ancient stories, echoing the cries of those who believed that justice should be served, no matter the consequences. As the Furies tore through the fabric of pop culture, their influence seeped into literature, inspiring authors to pen tales filled with anguish and revenge. From the Gothic novels of the 19th century to contemporary thrillers, the themes of wrath and justice became intertwined, creating a rich tapestry of emotions that resonated with readers. Think of the chilling narratives that left readers breathless, where protagonists navigated the dark waters of their own morality, confronted by the relentless pursuit of retribution. The essence of the Furies pulsed through these pages, reminding everyone that the line between right and wrong could often blur. The intersection of Nemesis and the Furies with popular culture played out not only in fictional stories but also in the songs that echoed through the airwaves. Musicians tapped into the age-old narratives, crafting melodies that told tales of heartbreak and vengeance. From the haunting lines of a ballad to the raw energy of a rock anthem, the themes of retaliation and justice reverberated through the notes. Artists like Taylor Swift and Eminem wove their experiences into lyrics that reflected the pain of betrayal and the sweet taste of revenge, drawing upon the anger and intensity that embodied the Furies. Video games, too, embraced the allure of these ancient figures. Gamers found themselves stepping into the shoes of characters driven by vengeance, guided by a relentless desire for justice. Titles like God of War wove rich narratives that echoed the tales of Nemesis, while plunging players into epic battles against foes who had wronged them. The Furies, lurking in the background, served as a haunting reminder of the consequences of choices made within the gaming realm. Each level, each encounter became a reflection of ancient myths, modernized yet deeply rooted in the emotional turmoil that has plagued humanity for centuries. In the world of graphic novels and comics, the essence of Nemesis and the Furies flourished. Artists brought their stories to life with bold strokes and vibrant colors, echoing the emotional depth of vengeance and justice. Characters that mirrored the ancient deities emerged, struggling with their own internal demons while battling the external forces of their world. The panels came alive with the tension of choice, showcasing how the quest for justice could lead down dark paths, much like the Furies themselves. The legacy of Nemesis and the Furies in popular culture is a swirling storm of emotion, a tumultuous journey through the heart of humanity's struggles with morality and revenge. The tales of vengeance and retribution breathe life into every corner of art, from the haunting melodies of a song to the gripping pages of a novel. With each encounter, the thrill of justice hangs in the air, a reminder that the shadows of the past linger just behind, waiting for their moment to strike. And so, as the echoes of these ancient figures resonate through time, they continue to capture the hearts and minds of those drawn to the thrill of justice, the fear of retribution, and the compelling dance between love and vengeance. The story flows on, a current pulling ever deeper into the psyche of humanity, where the whispers of Nemesis and the Furies draw closer, beckoning with the promise of consequences yet to unfold. The moon hung low over the ancient city of Rome, its silvery light casting long shadows across cobblestone streets, where whispers of vengeance lingered like smoke in the night air. It was a time when honor was a currency, and nothing ignited a flame in the hearts of men more than the desire for retribution. The great city, a colossal tapestry woven from stories of betrayal and blood, thrived on the tales of those who sought to right wrongs, often at a terrible cost. In the shadows of the Forum, where the great orators once stood, a figure cloaked in darkness moved with purpose. This was the essence of vengeance, a powerful force that transcended mere personal grievances. It coursed through the veins of the Republic, igniting passions and fueling conflicts that would alter the course of history. The tales spun by storytellers echoed in the hearts of the people, each story more gripping than the last, igniting a thirst for justice that often spiraled into chaos. Take, for instance, the story of the Gracchi brothers, Tiberius and Gaius. Their tale was one of noble intentions twisted by the iron grip of retribution. In their quest to reform land ownership, they faced the wrath of the powerful elite. As Tiberius fell victim to the very forces he sought to dismantle, the streets ran red with the blood of those who dared to defy the status quo. His death was a spark, igniting Gaius's own vengeance against the Senate, leading to his tragic demise. The cycle of vengeance spun tighter and tighter, drawing in all who dared to enter. The very best and the very worst of humanity revealed themselves in these stories of vengeance. The legendary Romulus, the founder of Rome, was himself a tragic figure shaped by the blood of his own brother, Remus. Their rivalry culminated in the ultimate act of vengeance, a fratricide that became the foundation of a city built on bloodshed and ambition. As Romulus stood over the fallen Remus, a shroud of darkness enveloped the nascent city. Vengeance had carved into the very essence of Rome, leaving marks that would never fade. And yet, for every tale of retribution, there existed a counter-narrative, an echo of the futility of vengeance itself. The tragic fate of Coriolanus served as a stark reminder. Once a celebrated general, he became a cautionary tale of pride and vengeance. His wrath against Rome led him to the gates of the city he once protected, ready to destroy it all as a gesture of betrayal. But even in his moment of triumph, the pleas of his mother and wife pierced through his heart, forcing him to confront the emptiness of his revenge. In a final moment of clarity, he chose love over vengeance, yet it cost him everything. The city bore witness to his tragic end, a man undone by the very fire that once fueled him. Vengeance in Roman lore was not just a story. It was a living, breathing entity, shaping destinies and forging alliances. It intertwined with politics, love, betrayal, and honor, crafting a poignant tableau that would echo through time. The saga of Julius Caesar, punctuated by the infamous Ides of March, serves as a harrowing example. Betrayed by those he considered allies, Caesar's assassination was not merely an act of political stratagem, but a manifestation of personal vengeance, fueled by envy and ambition. The conspirators believed they were liberating Rome, yet their actions birthed a new cycle of retribution that would plunge the Republic into chaos, marking the end of an era. The blood of Caesar spilled upon the marble floors of the Senate became a symbol of vengeance's insatiable hunger. As the sun set and darkness enveloped the city, the ghost of vengeance lingered like a haunting melody. In taverns and marketplaces, citizens spoke in hushed tones about the justice that was never served, about the betrayals that warranted blood. Figures like Cicero warned of the perils of vengeance, yet those warnings often fell on deaf ears. The allure of revenge was too intoxicating, too embedded in the Roman psyche. The legacy of vengeance shaped the very fabric of Roman life. From the gladiatorial games, where blood was spilled for the amusement of the masses, to the ominous trials where personal vendettas were played out in the public eye, vengeance was part of the daily rhythm of existence. The Colosseum, a grand arena of both entertainment and slaughter, stood testament to this brutal dance of retribution. Citizens roared as combatants fought not just for survival, but for honor and revenge, each blow echoing the ancient cries of a city steeped in blood. However, as each act of vengeance played out, a question lingered in the air. Was the price worth the cost? The cycle of vengeance spun on, feeding itself with each drop of blood spilled in its name. The more it consumed, the more it demanded, as if Rome were a living entity, thriving on the pain and suffering of its own people. In the end, the tales of vengeance did not merely end in death or destruction. They were woven into the very identity of the Roman people, shaping the future in ways they could not fathom. The lessons learned through bloodshed echoed through the ages, warning future generations of the thin line between justice and revenge. The stories persisted, carved into stone and spoken in whispers, reminding all who walked the streets of Rome that vengeance, while deeply human, is often a double-edged sword. And as the moon cast its light over the ruins of what was once a glorious empire, the specter of vengeance lingered, always waiting, always watching, buried within the heart of every Roman who dared to dream, to love, to betray. It was an echo that would never fade, a haunting reminder that while lives may come and go, the legacy of vengeance would endure, intertwining with the stories of love and loss, forever shaping the narrative of humanity itself.